Welcome everybody. It is the I got nothing.
No?
Go back to the other screen.
I can hear you.
I can't hear nothing in my Welcome everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show coming in live. NFL Draft Party 2021. Producer James in the building. How you feeling?
Getting all squared away.
Yeah, man.
Getting all situated here.
I'm trying to check my volume. There we go. I can hear it now. I just had to get a little bearings right now. We're in an unusual setting in the living room. The NFL Draft is currently about to commence. Looks like the time we have now is 6:45, 15 minutes until the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. 10 minutes in between each pick. Lots to do. We just got through getting set up. Producer James, what are you looking forward to tonight? We know we had some big news drop off earlier in the day. Aaron Rodgers disgruntled. Potential Dak Prescott situation that happened with the Dallas Cowboys. You are the resident Green Bay Packer fan, super fan. How are you feeling about the news coming out of Green Bay today?
I'm not surprised.
Not surprised is probably the best way to think about it. What do you think the Green Bay could have done better?
Treated him right.
How are they going to treat him right?
Surround him with the weapons to succeed and win more Super Bowls like I felt like he should have after we won the Super Bowl in 2011.
You know, a lot that's kind of been talked about today was that Aaron Rodgers has some good weapons around him. And what a lot of people are kind of saying now is that maybe they should have better quality weapons. You know, right now Aaron Jones is the backfield, Devontae Adams out wide. It's great for all of those weapons to be there, but whenever you don't have maybe elite talent all around the block, kind of just how Tampa Bay has locked up Antonio Brown, Kansas City went out to get more weapons as well. And now, you got to remember, Aaron Rodgers is severely underpaid, undervalued, currently with contracts being handed out, with Dak Prescott's huge contract that just got laid out. Patrick Mahomes, nearly $500 million last year. Deshaun Watson got his big contract as well. And for Aaron Rodgers, he only really has 1 year of guaranteed money left on his contract, being the 2021 season. And moving forward, they're not talking about restructuring. They're not talking about, moving money up front to produce more cap room to bring in those big weapons. Now it's like a standoff. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And Gutekunst, the GM for the Packers, is saying, we're not trading him. It's like what happened to Deshaun Watson in Houston and what happened to Dak Prescott in Dallas the past 3 years. Do you think after the loss that Green Bay had against the 49ers, should that have been the time when Aaron Rodgers his deal should have been renewed to avoid this type of incident currently that's going on?
I mean, I don't know. It's frustrating, man, because we talk about this all the time, but it's just very frustrating.
But why is it frustrating?
Because I feel like he's top 3 quarterbacks in the league in the past 10 years.
And so you're saying that it's frustrating because there's not a lack of there is a lack of weapons, but what is it about? Is this like an emotional reaction you're having to it, or is this like putting on, like in a football aspect, like, do the Packers really know what the hell they're doing by not locking up Aaron Rodgers 2 years ago, and also in addition, not drafting his replacement last year as they did and drafting Jordan Love? Is it those types of things, or is there something else that you think maybe lying beneath the surface?
Yeah, I don't think they have drafted like 0 players to accommodate him and his skills. Like give the guy some help. Like last season, I felt like they did a whole lot with a lot of not no names, but lesser known players.
Yeah, so you had like, MVS, Valdez-Scantling, and then you had Lazard.
Tunyon
is a guy I think who's going to be a breakout tight end for them. But right now, what you've just done is you've isolated your quarterback. How the hell are you going to be able to get him back into the building when you've already failed to, number one, pay the man what he's worth per the market, and 2, providing those weapons around him? The way I see it, maybe there's a trade tonight. I mean, we've already seen Kyle Pitts walk in with a very Green Bay-esque themed green suit with a yellow stripe down the leg. He's got those, elbow pads that are green, very Green Bay color-esque. And so my question is, information that dropped today, San Francisco tried to get Aaron last night. That's the word that's coming out of these reports. And you have to ask yourself, can there be a day one trade for the NFL draft where Aaron Rodgers is sent home back to North California, where he played his high school ball and is going to finish his career as a San Francisco 49er? Maybe that's possible with this Kyle Pitts at number 3. Green Bay moves to 3. Aaron Rodgers is probably sent to San Francisco with next year's number 1 overall pick. Maybe some other picks in the middle as well. But I'm really curious to see if this is a clue with Kyle Pitts dressing in the Green Bay green and gold. Is it green and gold? Do you know?
Green and gold, green and yellow.
It's that dang cheese yellow.
Yeah, it looks like yellow. I would say it's yellow. But I've seen people say green and gold as well.
Green and gold. All right. Let's see. We got the are you getting up the messenger? Not the messenger, but the
chat.
Yeah, the chat.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and hit us up in the chat if you're on YouTube. That's where we're live currently right now. Let us know who's in the building. We'll give you a shout out real quick. We have our first guest coming up about 7:30-ish. I'm quite sure y'all are curious to see who that's going to be, but it is a super fan. For those who know and are very well versed with the NFL draft, for those of you who know, this guy would have been he is a Houston fan, which they would have been picking at 3. And when that time comes up, we'll be having him live. And then I hear the Wizard is en route as well to be joining us in studio. Pretty cool to have him here. Haven't got to see him much. I'm looking forward to seeing them. If y'all are watching the NFL draft right now, man, you have these huge guys on the television celebrating. Everybody's got to be vaccinated, right? That's the way they're kind of promoting this thing.
It looks like it.
I mean, everybody's masked up. There's no social distancing, but
None.
They're definitely social distancing with those beers.
Yeah.
Kind of getting that all locked up. Look at that. Look at Urban Meyer. in Jacksonville. Look at that grin, man. He's like, I can't wait to get Trevor on in the facility. I think that's going to be a good time, man. And then they have another pick that's coming up also. I'm excited to see that.
So he is no doubt the number 1 pick, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, unless somebody pulls a trade like Mike Ditka did with the Saints to go get Ricky Williams. He literally gave away his whole draft and then some just to go get Ricky Williams. I remember that draft happened. Everybody thought he was nuts. And sure enough, it didn't pan out for Ricky Williams. James,
what's up?
It's going to be, come on, man. We got to get you lived up. We got to get, what do we got to get? What do you got to get you hyped?
You just fed me, man. I'm over here digesting.
You got that? You got the itis? Is that what you're telling me?
Somewhat.
Shout out to the Lockhart Barbecue. Y'all ain't paying us, so I ain't giving y'all no names. I ain't telling y'all which barbecue joint it was, but it's a barbecue joint nonetheless here in Lockhart, America. Was it good?
Oh yeah,
always. What did you end up putting on your plate?
Brisket and sausage.
Brisket, sausage. Yeah. Anything else?
Classic. Pickles, beans.
Pickles, beans. All right. Nice.
Bread, crackers.
Hey, you got to have those, man.
Wash it down with some Big Red.
Hey, Big Red's where it's at.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's take a break real quick. When we come back, the draft will probably be commencing with. I need to make sure I continue to stick to this microphone because I keep turning my head to look at what's going on. If any trades are going down, I'm trying to beat NFL Network, which you got right now going live in the back of the studio. But let's get into a break real quick. Let's make it about 2 or 3 minute break, very short. And then when we come back, we'll start analyzing a little bit of what's going to happen probably at 3 or 4. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Draft Party. James over here flexing on his band knowledge with if y'all are watching right now, some boy band group is playing what is this? Do you know the song's called?
No, I do not.
Yeah, so there's apparently I didn't know who this band was. We were kind of watching it during the break, and I was like, what the hell is this group playing? Apparently James knew the group. Apparently the New York fans are vibing to apparently the Kings of Leon, the Packers. Look at the Patriots. They're like, look at these jokers, man. What the hell are you doing? Everybody, look at everybody in Colorado. You know they're hyped right now. Anyways, the NFL draft is about to commence. We're looking forward to Jacksonville. Dude, it is, right?
Yes, that is a crowd.
Compared to what happened last year, did you see last year's draft?
No.
Last year's draft, everything was like virtual. We had Goodell in his here we go. Hey, look at those colors, man. That is awesome. NFL Network has a great intro. It was like kaleidoscope almost. So last year's NFL draft was Roger Goodell in his living room, munching on peanut M&Ms and like having a screen where it was like all these fans were kind of celebrating how they're doing in the crowd right now. But it was just on screens like how they have in the virtual games, how you can attend. And this is much more normal. This is the way it's supposed to be. Zach Wilson on the screen right now, BYU quarterback. Trey Lance now on the screen out of North Dakota State. Man, he only played 17 games. I mean, he was undefeated in those 17 games, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to this guy, Mac Jones. Hopefully, I'd like to see him go to the Patriots. I don't know if that's going to happen. Did you see that artwork I dropped in the group message?
Yeah.
What was that artwork? What was your the artwork was Aaron Rodgers in a New England uniform with Bill Belichick. Is that how you felt about it? He would he's like, you know what, Aaron, you can get the hell on if you don't want to be in Green Bay. But what it really was the evil empire and Bill Belichick with Aaron Rodgers suited and booted for the New England Patriots.
I actually wouldn't mind that at all.
Why?
I mean, I was a fan of the Patriots and all of that. I didn't.
Like
a lot of people didn't like them, but I liked them.
You liked them because they won, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. I can see a lot of times people would be getting onto that. Excuse me, un momento. I got people like texting me. I guess we got some fans out there trying to say what's up. If y'all are watching us, message us in the group chat. We can respond to y'all down there and say what's up. Maybe I got Schefter over here trying to like tell me what's up.
Tell you where what Green Bay is thinking.
Yeah, look at this right here. QB drafted 1, 2, 3 since '67. These are like old guys we never heard of. There we go. Tim Couch, McNabb. Was that Achilles Smith? I didn't really recognize how you say that guy's name. Oh, draft order. Here we go. Oh, when are they going to put Jacksonville on the clock? Like, it's time to get this bad boy humming. That's what I'm looking for mostly. So get like the first pick. Because what I really want to see is what the hell is going to happen at 3. Because if we're going to have a draft, if we're going to have a trade, there's potentially going to be, and this, like I said on the show on Tuesday, I really thought we were going to have trades in between picks 4 and 10. Some people are saying 2. A lot of people are saying there's going to be at least 1 trade. I think there's going to be multiple. But it would be awesome if we could really have this show kick off with the 3rd pick, a trade between San Francisco and who? Would you be really upset if, what's so funny? Would you be really mad if Aaron Rodgers went to San Francisco? Would that be a bummer?
No. I think at this point I wouldn't be mad as long as he didn't go to, in division, Detroit, Minnesota, or Chicago Bears.
What if he went to Chicago? That's the thing, is because the Chicago is like in a perfect place to do a trade.
I'd be like, yeah.
Because it's right there. It's into like, I think they're at 8, I think. Or, I mean, I'd like to see him be in San Francisco. It'd be like a homecoming. Everybody thought that was going to happen like a couple of years ago whenever his contract was about to be renewed. But I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that kind of fares out.
Yeah, if he went to Chicago, turn my back on him and never look back.
Why? Why is that so like, why is it in division so, I guess, looked down upon, or like you have such a hatred for it?
The Bears? The Bears, really?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Dude, F the Bears.
Jeez. All right. But I guess the biggest curiosity is like, you don't have any allegiance to that region. I mean, you grew up
True.
in Texas.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just go find like a new team to be a big fan of? Is it just because you've had that allegiance to Green Bay since you're, I guess, probably like what,
About 6, 7 years old.
Oh, that young.
About
Okay.
7 years old, yeah.
So, I mean, that's pretty much your whole life.
Yeah. Since I started watching football.
Man, that's crazy. And whenever you got into like fantasy football, you never like changed the way you felt about players or teams. You still had that like diehard feeling for the Packers when you started playing fantasy.
Yeah, but I learned very quickly to separate your
Allegiance.
yeah. I learned how to play fantasy football.
You know who can't do that?
Who?
Those D4L zombies.
Oh yeah.
They cannot separate themselves from picking like, I'm gonna pick Tony Romo and I'm gonna pick Jason Witten and I'm gonna pick DeMarco Murray. I'm gonna pick all. I'm just like,
CD.
what the hell are you doing? This was like back in the day. I didn't want to mention any of the like newer players. This was like a few years ago, and I'm just like, I know they were good. I know one year they went 13-3 and then lost to who in the playoffs? The Green Bay Packers after going 13-3, and Aaron Rodgers cleaned them up. That's that cat. That's the Dez catch. Dez caught it. I think he caught it. If you look at the rules, it's up for interpretation. But all the Dallas Cowboy fans like he caught it. He don't care what anybody says. He caught it.
They act like with that play too. They act like it was like a game-winning touchdown.
Yeah,
They
but you
tend to forget. Like even if they did score, Rodgers was gonna go down the field and light him up. He was on fire.
But that doesn't matter in the fact that could potentially change the momentum of the game, and that's what's important. That's what a lot of people kind of fail to see in that instance where if you have a huge catch in a playoff game for sure, and you have so much on the line, don't get me wrong, Aaron Rodgers has ice in his veins. I get it. But that doesn't mean the receivers on the other side, his receivers had that same type of ice in their veins. Aaron can get you the ball. The question is, are you going to catch it or are you going to drop it? Or here's another play, or here's another thing. Are you going to be the player or the offensive coordinator or the coach like LaFleur who made the boneheaded call to kick a field goal rather than go for it on 4th and goal? But you see what I'm saying? Like those types of things are a difference maker. And here's the key factor. When Tom Brady had that huge touchdown to Scotty Miller before the half, changed the momentum. And the same thing can be applied to that Dez Bryant catch. The momentum can totally change. I know I just did a little like football, like deep dive on you real quick. But that's what I'm saying is that those moments where you got to have the ice in your veins, not everybody is Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
It sucks, but that's just the way it is. And right now, you're probably going to lose. You're probably going to lose your quarterback, and you're going to be stuck with Jordan Love.
That's my quarterback.
You better get your popcorn ready. That's all I know. Or do you have faith in Jordan Love?
See what he got when he hits the field.
He didn't even get to throw because Aaron put him on the sideline on ice the whole year.
I didn't even see him sitting on the sideline.
He was in street clothes. He wasn't even suited.
Godly.
I mean, how much faith do you have to have? How much lack of faith do you have in your number one first round pick? Not number one, but first round pick. And you're the guys who like, well, yeah, we picked Jordan Love. Well, how are you feeling now? All right. That's what Aaron Rodgers is saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, you drafted your guy. Have fun. You know what I'm saying? Have fun. I'm going to go do Jeopardy this year, potentially. Y'all figure it out with Jordan Love. And who? Aaron Jones? Fumbleitis? What is Devontae Adams thinking right now? Trade me. I want out. Let me go somewhere else where I will be potentially putting up big numbers.
Playing championship football.
Championship. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm trying to see who is texting me here.
It's the hold up here, and then you put Jacksonville on the clock already.
I know. Is it 7 already?
Past 7.
It is 7:09. I got all these bright lights in my face. It's like hard to see anything. All I'm seeing is like every time I look, I got like 4 dots in my eyes.
Really?
Got like 4 dots right here.
Can you see the TV?
Yeah, I can see the TV. Looks pretty good. NFL Draft 2021, the Paul Rodriguez Show. Let us know who's here, who's watching in the comments. You don't have to tell. You don't have to like say where you're from. You just let us know who's watching.
Yeah, someone's watching.
Yeah, I got a couple people out there. We can see. If y'all don't know, we can see who's watching, who's not. I think I just keep getting text messages. That's all I keep getting. Let's get into a break real quick, producer James, and then when we come back, hopefully these yahoos will go back on the clock. What time is it? We should
7:09.
We should start getting ready for our guest at 7:30.
Okay.
Let's send out that message. Welcome back, everybody. It's the Paul Rodriguez Show. Roger Goodell has finally made his way to the podium to launch the 2021 NFL Draft. I think I just got to see Kings of Leon like wrap up their set. I guess they used last year's financial budget to pay these guys big time out of pocket. But it is time for the NFL Draft to commence with Goodell with his lazy boy, his leather lazy boy, on the stage. You think he's gonna like post up there like all evening rather than going backstage?
I just saw that.
That's a big stage also. That's usually not what they're into. It's a little bit more it's usually just the backstage. They got this whole like arena kind of set up for a pretty much like a big concert.
Taking it he's vaccinated?
Who's that?
Goodell?
Everybody has to be vaccinated.
Oh.
Like on the stage right now, I think they have that's Steve Young waving. And then Joe Thomas to the right. I can't tell who's on the far left. But, of course, Joe Thomas being the all-pro offensive lineman, first overall pick for the Cleveland Browns, I believe in either 2009 or 2010. I don't know. I thought Goodell would have more of a I thought he'd be a little bit more spiffy, a little snazzier dressing tonight. It just seems like it's business as usual for him.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see like some of these dudes' kicks, like some of the draftees. They usually have like really good suit game, but their shoe game is usually what really pops. That's really kind of what I'm looking forward to. I wonder if anybody's gonna like look, there's a Packer fan right there. I don't know what he's so excited about. See him right there?
Yeah.
To the right of Steve Young. Yeah, you're just like, eh. Was that like a I don't care response or what? Come on, man. You got to liven up a little bit over there. You got to get over your woes.
I need another Big Red.
I need another something. Better grab a dose.
Need another quarterback.
You got Jordan Love. Man, I can't wait till these.
I wonder. Sorry. I wonder what that lazy boy is now. That freak.
That's his chair from last year.
He's gonna sit in there.
Dude, everybody was making fun of him last year because he was just kind of kicking back. He had like an old fogey, like, antiquated kind of chair.
Who's that?
I don't know, some fan. Sister girl getting called up to the stage. Maybe she won some kind of championship. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna let a fan announce the start of them being on the clock.
What is this? Price is Right?
Hey man, some lady's gonna get to have the experience of her lifetime.
Oh wait, are you vaccinated?
They gotta be. Some Jacksonville Jaguar fan is about to have the moment of her life by putting the 2021 Jaguars on the clock. It's all, man. Let her go up there and do the thing.
Yeah, I think they'll get that camera off her.
Why? Why would they take it off of her?
Maybe they changed the plans.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, sick. There you go. Look at Goodell. Look at Goodell being a gentleman, helping that nice lady up the stairs. He's like, I hope you don't fall, lady. Where's she going? Oh, she's gonna
sit in the lazy boy.
What the hell are they doing? She is kicked back on Goodell's leather lazy boy he brought from his basement of his house in New York. She's excited about it.
She got comfy real quick.
It must be comfortable. Yes, sir. Man, what if he like dumped her, like flipped her backwards? Like you know the Graham Norton show? I don't know if you know that's on BBC. It's it's across the pond. Well, anyways, he has like people sit in this like big red chair, and he asks them questions. Yes, okay. Now the Jaguars are on the clock. Now it's gonna take another 10 minutes to kind of get the pick in for Trevor Lawrence, even though we already know he's going there. But getting back to that Graham Norton show, he asks you questions. And if you give him the wrong answer, he has this like lever and it'll just like flip the chair backwards and you like fall out. I don't know where you fall to, but you like fall backwards out of the chair.
Never to be seen again.
I mean, who knows where you go? Dude, we need to get a montage like this for the ATX. You need to get a drone. Next thing you know, like we'll have people like doing that in Tank Town. They're like, go do all the flyovers. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
There's I saw a couple of there's this one dude who does like flyovers of Lockhart.
Like in a plane or in a drone?
Drone.
In a drone?
Yeah. I've seen it floating around on Facebook.
You gotta be careful not to fly over that football stadium. Apparently, like flying over a football stadium is like it's a violation.
Really?
Apparently. I don't know if that's true or not. Like you can fly to it, but you have to like have special permission to fly in it. Like they're flying in it. I mean, that's what I hear. That's what I don't know. Allegedly, that could be right. That could be wrong too. I don't know. Yeah, man, look at them blinging. I'm looking forward to this.
NFL draft bling. You think that's real?
Hell no. That big old fake pendant is as real as the Miami turnover chain. That thing is just there for glitz and glamour. It ain't no real. No putting. How much you think that would cost if they really put that together? All those diamonds and the blues and the reds and the silvers. Man, you got to be crazy.
Group of Packers. Do they have these people like they're like separated according to team, I guess?
Yeah, it's like they're kind of grouped together. That's usually how it rolls. Usually what they'll have is like the floor area will be like a representative from the team. And then in the galley or in the like balcony areas, it'll just be like groups of fans. But I think this year they probably like sectioned everybody off just to kind of keep everybody a little bit more organized. That's what it looks like to me right now. NFL fan cam, what's going on?
So what's the deal with? I mean, like really, like why are they? They know who they're gonna get. Why do you have? Why are they gonna take the full? Is there something to that? Like,
7 minutes. Somebody could be entertaining a trade. Somebody could be calling like, "Hey, what's it gonna take?" I mean, because there's more. There's more that's going on than just drafting a player. They're talking about what kind of move can they make to potentially get, another player or future draft picks. But we all really know this is going to be Trevor Lawrence going at 1. The difference is maybe there's an offer that Jacksonville gets offered that they can't take away. They can't say no to. And also I think it gives other teams a little bit more room to like work on their own trades. Like I bet you right now, people are calling Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. I have a feeling they're going to try to do what they can because of that huge news. And of course, Aaron Rodgers decides to drop the news 4 hours before the NFL draft kicks off. Like he did that strategically to kind of put, I don't know, maybe just stick his nose up at the Packers. Because yesterday, the GM Gutekunst, he said that Aaron Rodgers is going to be our quarterback for the foreseeable future. Well, what the hell does that mean? Foreseeable future is in like tonight, tomorrow, next week, next season? What the hell does that even mean? And for me, what that tells me is that if a deal tried to get done yesterday with San Francisco and it didn't fall and it fell through, something's got to be going to be commencing today. And it'll be really interesting when we get to there at 3 o'clock. I mean, at pick number 3. Of course, we can see Trevor Lawrence. Let's talk about Trevor Lawrence a little bit. You got to see him play last year whenever he played Ohio State, or no? Or do you remember him when he won his national championship against Alabama when he was a freshman?
I think that was the one that I watched.
Yeah, so he dominated that game when they played Alabama in 2019. It was like 44-16, I think that was the final score. But then in the next 2 years, he came up short because a lot of people were thinking because he was so dominant as a freshman, he would have easily blocked up 2 or 3 national titles, and then he fell short in the semifinals each year. But again, he did beat Alabama in 2019. That would have been the 2018 season to also, win that national title for Clemson. So it's not like he's, the guy's been coveted ever since he was a freshman as a high school player in Georgia. So, sort of a homecoming for him going to Jacksonville, not too far from Georgia.
Free Josh Gordon.
Free Josh Gordon, stuck on the vitamins, bro. Can't get off the vitamins. I mean, he did get to come back, but I wonder what that really means. He went to go play in that Joe Klatt. I can't stand Joe Klatt. I really can't, man. I just don't. On some things I like him, on most things I don't. But getting back to Josh Gordon, they went to that league where the fans call the plays. Johnny Manziel was in that league also. It seemed kind of, I don't know, it seemed weird to kind of understand the concept. That was one thing I really just didn't understand. Little flea flicker.
Damn, that was easy.
Man, just think about how well he's going to be. I think the offense that he goes to with Urban Meyer, he's just going to be absolutely dominant. And you got to remember how weak right now the AFC South is. Houston, who knows what's going on in Houston? Jacksonville, reemerging with Urban Meyer. Indianapolis Colts, the only team that you really have to contend with is the Tennessee Titans, who've had a rebirth of, Tannehill's career. And then at the same time, that running game with King Henry, absolute just monster of a running back. Resurgence in his career also. We got about 3 more minutes until the Jacksonville Jaguars need to have their pick in. What? These guys over here, man, they're killing me.
It's at the chat.
This is no. Oops. Sorry about that. Had one of the guests was having questions about. He's like, "Have the Eagles picked it?" I'm like, "Man, we're not even done with pick 1 yet. It's gonna be a hot minute before they kind of come in on there." It's kind of just like I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to kind of describe waiting this whole 10 minutes is like. It's I don't know. It's like when you go to the grocery store and you're like going to the deli and you have to like wait on the number before you're like serviced. Oh, yeah. And it's like, oh, okay, there's 34. You're 37, right? Okay, 35, serving 35. Like, man, can you just like, I'm next. Like, can you just like let me go make the pick? Especially when everybody knows who's going to be, what player they're going to be selecting. It's not like there's going to be a mystery and they pick, well, I mean, what if they pick Justin Fields? I mean, here we go. Pick is in. Jacksonville Jaguars, round 1, Pick 1. The pick is in. And the New York Jets are on the clock. Brian Leftwich, who was drafted by the Jaguars, is now as the offense coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Blake Bortles was a joke, drafted in 2014. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I should be saying what I'm saying about these guys, but look at Urban Meyer right there in the foreground. I got my quarterback. That's the only reason why he took that job, was because he knew he was going to draft Trevor Lawrence. That's the only reason he knew. I wonder if they're going to make any moves to like come back into the top 32.
So immediately after they submit their pick, then the next team goes on the clock.
They're like if you see on the top and the left side of the arena, there's like a countdown clock, and well, it's not there now because they updated the graphic. But
Yeah, I think I saw it.
yeah, the Jets are on the clock. So as soon as the graphic is updated with the pick is in, then the other team is automatically started on the clock. We'll see that here in a little bit. Like the clock should read as soon as Goodell is finished, mosey on over. So he's gonna call a fan up from every team. They get to lounge in his recliner until the pick is in, and then
He's all get up.
it's like, get your ass up. It's like, you're done.
I'm trying to read his lips.
Yeah. Here we go. The Jaguar selection is in. Trevor Lawrence, not surprised, quarterback out of Clemson. Oh, look at that god-awful suit he's wearing. Trevor, what are you wearing, my guy?
Jesus.
I guess maybe he's trying to match with the colors for Jacksonville. I don't know. 6'6", 213. Trevor Lawrence got a national title at Clemson. So the next guy we're all anticipating for the Jets to pick is Zach Wilson. I don't know. I don't know about Zach Wilson.
Is that he's a projected number 2 pick?
Yeah, Zach Wilson. Yeah, that's what they're saying. And I don't know if they're saying that because of his skill set or if they're saying that because of, how much he's played. But I don't know. My number two quarterback is Justin Fields. That's a pretty easy selection to kind of make there for myself. I don't know about you. Look at this running. Look at this running, just going. Outrunning the Ohio State defense. Does he score on that play? He sure does score on that play. I think that was in the semifinal. Got the low-key suit on. Fitted olive green with the white tee. No suit and tie. No tie, rather. But surely, man, what a momentous occasion. He's like instant millionaire right there. Just instant.
Is there like a, what do they call it? A like rookie pay or something? Like
A rookie minimum?
yeah, or
Yeah, but there's a maximum too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I don't know what the maximum contract is for. It's basically where you're picked. So like wherever you're drafted at that position, like at that number position, I think you get like there's a max contract you can receive. But there for sure is like an undrafted rookie minimum. No doubt about it. Let's take a quick break, and then we come back. Hopefully the Jets will be ready to do their thing. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show. The New York Jets have selected Zach Wilson, the quarterback out of BYU. Big arm. He's got the face of New York ready to go. Maybe he can have the same kind of success that old Joe Namath had with his flamboyant self. I hope that this is the right pick and the Giants can, get back on track for the success they had early in the years of their franchise, because lately, only going back to Mark Sanchez, he was the last quarterback that the Jets really had success with, but that was because they had such a strong defense on the other side of the ball. So very cool to see, hopefully Bob Salah, the new head coach for the New York Jets, can get things in line and ready to go. This guy, I mean, hopefully he can, hopefully he has the talent to turn the Jets around. I got a lot of skepticism. When he lost to Coastal Carolina, I thought that was going to be a big damper on his draft stock. And apparently not. I mean, I think the big pro day he had really helped him out. At the same time, I'm looking forward to seeing if he'll have the mobility to kind of keep plays alive. Looks like they're showing comparison right now to Joey Burrow and Russell Wilson as we talk here.
I thought you were gonna say, now here's the guy.
Now what now?
When you were talking about Zach Wilson, I thought you were gonna say Zach Wilson. Now here's a guy who.
Look at all the Chads and Brads with his camp. All the Chads and the Brads.
It's like the Kens and Barbies.
Yeah, something like that. I guess that's how they do things in Provo, y'all. Okay, people already got his jersey custom made. Shout out for them.
What you gotta feel? How would you feel if you got a custom made jersey like that and then they didn't pick him?
How would you feel if you bought yourself an Aaron Rodgers jersey and then now you got to let it go? I don't know. That's why I don't buy jerseys, man. You walked right into that one. You served that one up for me, real easy. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna pick, like, if you're automatically assuming that, that this team is gonna pick this guy. So at least with Aaron Rodgers, say, if he does leave, which it looks like he is, I mean, at least it's like, yeah, this was, had memories, of him and all of that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Just taking shots.
Hey, man, I'm trying to like get you engaged here. I got to push your buttons to get you going. So now San Francisco's on the clock. Now things get going, because if there's a trade that's going to be going on, it is now.
Yeah.
So the draft, we all knew, this was all going to go down. So now the draft is really finally beginning with the third pick, and all the drama that commenced between. Apparently San Francisco offered up like a huge ransom to get Aaron Rodgers to go out west. That'll be interesting to see what happens here with this third overall pick. 3 minutes left. If this is going to be a quarterback at 3 for the 49ers, any opportunity for Aaron Rodgers to go out west is completely out the window.
Yeah.
It has to be, unless the pick is so good in the eyes of Green Bay, they would have to literally they would have to trade that rookie quarterback, or do you send Rodgers out west, send Garoppolo to Green Bay, let the rookie quarterback mentor under Rodgers for 3 or 4 years, and have it go that way? Very, very, very opportunistic. If it were either to be at 3, if Trey Lance or Mac Jones is the pick here, I think that would be a very suitable destination for them to go hold the clipboard, serve as Aaron Rodgers' understudy, as Rodgers did for Brett Favre, and know they're going to sit for 3 or 4 years. They're just going to have to know that. But I think if a trade was going to get done, the deal would have happened last night, and it wouldn't have been happening now. Because you wouldn't want Rodgers to have a rookie last year and then have this year go out west and have another rookie behind him. It doesn't really make sense.
If, say, like, there is a trade, like somebody trades, say, for San Francisco, the clock stays the same?
Yeah, the clock would stay the same, but the team would already know, like, who they wanted. They would have they have this war room and they have this big board and they have every player like categorized and ranked, and they know exactly like where you're going. The same thing that we do when we play fantasy football. If you do like your due diligence and homework, you have these players like pre-ranked. So like wherever you're drafting at, you know who's going to be your target to go get. And if you can try to finagle your way to get a deal, a trade done, which is very unlikely in today's fantasy arena, it doesn't really happen that much. But if you do get a trade, because there's a player you want, you're going to kind of go up and try to get him. So the pick is in for the 49ers. What do you think is happening going to be right now?
With the 49ers?
Yeah, man. What do you think is going to happen in this pick?
They're going to draft the next available best.
Oh, come on, man. I want to know who you think they're going to pick. Is it going to be Trevor? Is it going to be Trey Lance? Or is it going to be Mac Jones? Or is it going to be Justin Fields? That's what you got to really ask yourself.
I guess the second guy.
Oh, man, come on. I thought you did some homework. You told me you did some homework.
Sit over here.
The Wizard is in the building, y'all. If y'all didn't know, y'all may know now. Well, that was very, what are you umming?
Nothing. I got a lot going on. Oh, pick is in.
Roger Goodell. Somebody got their feet up. He ain't getting up either. They're letting him steadily just like kick back. 49ers pick is going to be commencing now as soon as Roger Goodell gets it out of his.
Oh, he didn't tell that person to get up?
He didn't tell him to get up. You notice that? I noticed he made the other woman get up. Trey Lance. Okay, well, my prognostication of Trey Lance falling was completely out the window. So Mac Jones is probably going to be the quarterback that drops in this instance.
Was he projected to go 3?
I think a lot of people had, like the Vegas had Mac Jones as the guy who was going to be going to the San Francisco 49ers. But Trey Lance out of North Dakota State ends up being the player who the 49ers, they must have really enjoyed his pro day and his athleticism for the 49ers to go out and pick a quarterback who this guy could be Patrick Mahomes 2.0. I know a lot of people make fun of him by saying Trey Lance is the actor who plays Patrick Mahomes in the Patrick Mahomes biography. Let me swing that mic over to the Wizard. See what he has going on.
Can you hear me?
Wizard, how you doing, man?
Doing all right.
What are you feeling about this pick?
I don't know nothing about none of these guys.
You don't know. So I got my team here in the building, in the studio. And I'm having to teach them as we go. It'll be all right though. We're learning as we go.
Did Trevor Lawrence go first?
Trevor Lawrence went first overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They ended up using their like entire clock to kind of wait to get the pick in for him to be announced on the podium. But are you a football fan? Are you like?
Nah.
Do you watch any football?
Not really.
Man,
I mean the Super Bowl.
You like the Super Bowl? Okay.
Does that count?
Yep, that counts.
Man. I mean, the only time I even see any football is when you're like, hey, this kid from this place needs this, that. I'm like, all right.
That is true. So you're getting a real good in-depth look at the high school kids that are coming up in the Austin area. But Trey Lance is actually from Minnesota, and for him to get this is a big opportunity for coming out of such a small school in North Dakota State, which he did win a national title at the FCS level, but at the same time, like. I'm looking forward to seeing what this kid can do in the NFC West. You got a lot of talent out there with Russell Wilson and the Seahawks. Then you got that man down south in Arizona with Kyler Murray and his head coach. And so lots of players being pushed around all around, but I'm looking forward. I want to see basically what's going to be happening with this coming up pick at 4. Kyle Pitts is probably the guy who will be drafted. But if there's any kind of trades, this will be a time also for another team to move up as well.
I gotta say something, man. Them hats are ugly. What are those, like trucker hats?
I thought the same thing. Those hats were kind of plain Jane.
It looks like a Las Vegas sign or something.
It looks like
the Golden Nugget or something.
Man, that's a pretty harsh comments there. You thought they could have done something a little bit more animated, don't you think?
I mean,
More
just,
creative?
or just kept it simple. You know, just with the team logo on there. Whoever was picking them, I don't know, but I don't know. Whatever. They're about to make millions of dollars. They don't care. They'll throw it on their head.
I think a lot of it has to do with probably whoever the creative team was. They were like, let's do something different. And it ends up being such a disaster. That's the main thing I kind of take away. Let's get into a break real quick, and then when we come back, we can see how these Falcons are going to fare out. But welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Looks like their pick is in currently. Why is he making these guys get up and the 49er guy didn't get up?
These guys.
Well, these people. I mean, the other person, I don't know, man. You notice what I'm noticing.
I guarantee Twitter won't overlook that.
I mean, some people made to stand up, but some people are not.
He's like, all right, you've been there long enough. Get your ass up.
Get out. Kyle Pitts, that's the right pick. That's the right one to go.
Is that projected?
That's the smart play. Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida, is now the highest drafted tight end ever in the NFL. Before that, it was Mike Ditka to the Dallas Cowboys. He was drafted, I believe, 5th overall. They got nice little green room they got hanging out back there.
Mike Ditka, the one that coached the Bears?
Yeah, Mike Ditka, who was a tight end for the Dallas Cowboys before he was coach for the Bears. This was the 60s.
Edward does know football. He knows Mike Ditka.
You gotta be super famous for me to know. How long is that walk, bro?
Maybe might as well give him the mic, James, because
Yeah, go ahead.
you over here quiet as a mouse.
Oh my bad.
The walk does seem pretty long.
Hey, is that a mirror he's looking at to put his cap on?
No, man, that's obviously what they're looking out into the arena.
Oh, got you.
That's just how clear the picture is. That's what it is.
Oh, my bad.
No, not really.
So let me ask you something, bro. You know all these guys' stats and all that stuff just by heart?
I do a lot of research. I don't know it by heart, but I have a good idea of, number one, where they went to school, number two, about their size, and I have a good understanding of what team needs what player. But that comes with like a long laundry list of like watching football, keeping up with what's going on, keeping up with what the team needs are. And those are basically what I kind of I just keep up with on the routinely, because I don't know, I have a passion for this game and for everything basically what's going on, and that's kind of really why, you know, I enjoy it, because if I didn't like it, I really wouldn't be wasting my time.
Yeah, I got you.
Just like makes sense with anything that somebody has like a really good passion about, they'll kind of just stick to that and put their focus into it. But you can just see right here, Kyle Pitts' athletic ability and route running is just superior, especially as a tight end. He's a mismatch nightmare right there. You have a safety who tries to adjust, and the ball is placed well by his quarterback, Kyle Trask, low and away. And if you match him on a linebacker, you're just going to completely get destroyed because he can high point the ball so well.
You saying Matt Ryan can do that for him?
I think this is going to be a huge upgrade for the Atlanta Falcons, in addition to what you see there. Your Matt Ryan, Calvin Ridley is going to be a great number 2. Julio Jones, I think, will be the biggest benefactor of this draft right here, because the attention that everybody's going to place on Kyle Pitts, I think Julio Jones may have a huge resurgence, not only in his career, but fantasy football is also something to think about if you do play that. Fantasy owners out there, keep in mind Julio's stock may be rising with this pickup here. Let's get him lined up, and then once we get him lined up, we will switch on over to get his reaction to what happened at 3 and what his thoughts about the Houston Texans are moving forward. Do I need to move up? So, Edward, any more questions that you got could potentially about, you know, your curiosity into this or into
I
anything
just want
else?
to know, like, is this something that you've done since you were little? Like, you just paid attention that much?
To be really honest with you, man, I didn't have this affinity for football until I was probably maybe in high school. That's really when it kind of manifested. And I always wanted to be
A scout or something?
I always wanted to be a part of the game, in the industry, in any way that I thought was going to be real beneficial. And one thing I noticed about myself was that I had an ability to kind of like assess players individually and how they could contribute and how they could benefit a team as an individual. And then, it looks like, okay, I want to make sure we had everything that was right. And then I wanted to make sure if there was an opportunity for them, you know, to go to the next level, would their skill be able to translate? And it's just something I kind of self-taught myself. But I've also like paid out of my own pocket to like go to camps all over the United States. And, you know, being able to travel and being able to go learn from these collegiate coaches and these higher end coaching staffs was a real benefit, because you're learning like the technique of the game and the real intricacies of the position over than just watching it like on TV and how they play as a team. And I always, you know, thought to myself, if I did go into coaching, what would I really want to, you know, focus on? And it would probably be like in the scouting department, be in the personnel, assessing the talent, to see if they would be a skill set that would be beneficial to that program, whether that be in the high school area or if that would be from college to go to the pro level, just about how that talent, transcends to see if it's a fit. But it's really grown probably exponentially once I probably graduated high school. That's when probably my early 20s, 2021 is when I really knew I could say, okay, this player is good because of this reason. And I could kind of identify that. And I've been very fortunate to watch football and break down tape with state championship winning head coaches in Texas, Division II Hall of Fame football players, and have an opportunity to watch football with them. So I've been very blessed in my circle of people to have, that type of encounters so that I could grow in the sport. But it's one of those things where God gave me a little bit of talent, and I've kind of taken the steps to grow and to work in it. But I that's just kind of my feeling and how it kind of came to be, with my passion and my purpose with pro football and with high school. And with high school, it's a little different. Like with high school, for me, it's more about the players are so innocent to the fact of the business of football, and it's more of just the pure passion to play the game at the high school level that you see a little bit fade once they become high end prospects. It fades a little bit, but that's still that grittiness, that work ethic, that want to do there to be great. It's fun to see and kind of grow.
I got you. Well, coming to school in Lockhart, I never got that type of feeling when I played football.
Mm-hmm.
I was more like, let's go to Sonic after this and go home.
Hey, man, and it's one of those things where your skill set is so awesome in the graphic design that, that's something that, you've gotten trained on. You've developed a skill, and I'm pretty sure it's a purpose that you enjoy and you like to do. And it just went to a different arena. What's very fortunate, what I tell people is it's great if you can find your purpose, just so that, you can find an opportunity to potentially, get paid for doing what you love. And if you can find that opportunity, it's going to make your life a lot better than if you didn't have to do that. Mm-hmm. How are we looking over here, Producer James?
Oh, I know that guy.
Let's go ahead and switch it over. Our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans superfan, a man that does not need any introduction, a guy who will let you know how great the Texans are, and if you foul up in fantasy football, he will be quick to call you on your errors. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Delgado.
What's up, man?
Jason,
how you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Good, man. How about yourself? You doing all right today?
I'm loving life. I'm digging that neon you got in the background there.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. I got it from my employer, and I'll leave it there.
Hey, shout out, man. Shout out Anheuser-Busch. Just saying, shout out.
Right, shout out. They pay the bill, so I love them.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. Hey, tell me, now we all know Houston was going to have the pick at 3. Miami traded it around a little bit. Ended up San Francisco picking at 3. Did you get an opportunity to see who they picked?
Yeah, Trey Lance. We're actually watching it as we speak right now. I think it's a little bit of a shocker pick. I know every year you reach for quarterbacks here. I just thought that was a little bit of a overshot. I also think that means that Jimmy Garoppolo is pretty safe in San Francisco for the meantime. You're gonna have to learn behind him. So it's interesting. It's overall.
Now, speaking of San Francisco, I don't know if you heard. This is gonna be a little sore subject for old James over here. He's been living it the whole time. There was a king's ransom that was offered up to the Green Bay Packers from San Francisco. Garoppolo was a part of that trade, a centerpiece. What were your thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers gate that we have going on? Do you think that it was enough for San Francisco to send over Jimmy Garoppolo and picks? Or do you think that was a place where Aaron just didn't want to go? Was it the picks, or was it Aaron just not wanting to be in San Francisco?
I can see. You know what? I think it had to be the picks.
Yeah.
I can definitely see Aaron Rodgers going back home. Isn't he from the North California area?
Yeah, he's up there.
Cal Berkeley area, right?
Butte, California.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I can definitely see him going back home and everything. With that being said, I definitely feel this is a long time coming. Aaron Rodgers throughout the years has been pretty vocal about not being satisfied with his organization, and his organization not, drafting, offensive help in the first round here and there. And it's a long time coming. I thought really the timing of this was odd. He chose to vocally, say this 4 or 5 hours before the draft.
Right.
But that's a little odd. You think he wanted, you think he'd give some indication earlier that you'd want, out of your organization, but I don't know, man. It brings back a lot of flashbacks, a lot of Deshaun Watson flashbacks. This is almost like identical storyline to Deshaun back in January.
Right, and that's kind of where I wanted to tie this into, was the disgruntled nature that Aaron had for the Green Bay Packers and probably wanted to play it close to the vest. Now you see the same thing, or you saw this happen previously, not only before Deshaun, it was Dak Prescott. Now it is Deshaun Watson. How are these organizations failing to see that the time to lock in these quarterbacks comes and goes? And is it a lack of timing in your opinion? And what are your thoughts on the Houston Texans moving forward with Tyrod Taylor potentially being the QB1 for the Houston Texans?
Well, first of all, I think he will be QB1 going forward for the very short time. As of right now, there is not another quarterback on the roster. A.J. McCarron was the backup behind Deshaun Watson. He has not assigned we have not re-signed him. So it will be Tyrod Taylor, unfortunately. Solid player, not great, not terrible, just solid player at best. But to answer your question about the organization not seeing the actual quarterback, that's a good question, man. I have no idea why these organizations don't basically bow down to your franchise quarterback. They don't grow on trees. There's only 32 openings in the world for this position, and every year there's openings. When you get them, you do everything you possibly can to keep them happy. And they, Houston failed to do that. It looks like Green Bay failed to do that. I'm not too sure why they do, why they don't bow down to their employer or employee, basically.
Yeah, and it's a tough sell, especially whenever you've already locked up your quarterback, and you see, you really see what Deshaun did so well in the 2019 season when they basically had Kansas City on the ropes in the first half of that playoff game, and after that time, it just sent that the opportunity for a contract extension was evident at that time. And now moving forward, you go into the next season, which is potentially, or it is in a COVID year, and you end up 4-12, where Deshaun had the leading stats throwing out of the entire NFL. And
I want to say that's the league in passing yards.
Right. Yeah. And so you before you do that, you send D-Hop to Arizona. And then after you do this, you have no offensive lineman who can protect him. And at the same time, you do get him signed. Thank God you get him signed up. But you're lacking so many other pieces to where the front office is almost taking an approach where we can lose everybody except Deshaun and we'll still be successful. And in my opinion, it's like, have y'all not seen Green Bay? They tried to do the same thing and it wasn't successful. And at the end of this year, you go 4-12. Not to mention J.J. Watt leaves town, becomes a free agent when he clears waivers, and then signs in Arizona. It's so difficult to see that. What are your projections for Houston in 2021? What do you see them ending up in the AFC South, and do they make the playoffs?
My predictions from the AFC South is 4th place. They will come in last in the division, especially with Jacksonville loading up as we speak with Trevor Lawrence. You got Tennessee, who's still a deep playoff team, and Indianapolis always just finds a way to win. It doesn't matter really who their quarterback is; they always find a way to win. Houston, unfortunately, will finish last in the division, and I do feel like this time next year to the day, we'll be talking about Houston in the top 5 pick, if not the first overall pick. I can definitely see that.
Wow, you think that you don't think the picks are going to linger? The picks from that Laramie Tunsil trade, which is ending up haunting Houston as we speak.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you think it's going to play even further, have a more impact going next year or no?
I think so. It's we have a new GM right now, or the Houston Texans have a new GM right now in Casario, and he seems to know what he's doing, but I just can't put 100% faith in the guy until I physically see it with my own eyes. So there's too many question marks surrounding this guy right now. His track record does look pretty well, I would admit, being in his days in New England. So we're gonna see what happens with him, but it's gonna be a very, very ugly year for Houston. And yeah, it's gonna be between, my personal opinion, it'll be between the Chicago Bears and Houston Texans playing for the first overall pick next year in the draft.
Wow. Let's get caught up real quick on the NFL draft. We've just had a couple of picks made. 2 big receivers, Jamar Chase going to Cincinnati, and now with the 6th pick overall, the first of 3 probably big Alabama players, Jalen Waddle is the first receiver taken out of Alabama to land in Miami. I'm curious to know if an interview that happened between Devontae Smith and a media outlet, Devontae was asked who he thought he was a better quarterback, Tua or Mac Jones. I think we're seeing Tua play a little bit of a game here where he's deciding to take Jalen Waddle with huge speed, 5'9", I think he's a $160 or 70, and just going out to be a huge playmaker, pairing up with his old quarterback in Miami. What are your thoughts about Jalen Waddle not playing a lot of the year due to injury, but also having sick, big playmaking ability?
It's really hard for me to evaluate like Alabama talent. You're surrounded by NFL talent, so it's really hard to really, pinpoint exactly how you're going to turn out to be. Does that make sense?
Right.
I know you have your exceptions, like your Julio Joneses and your the other receiver in Atlanta, Riley. There are examples out there of Alabama receivers succeeding. But yeah, this year I really don't know other in-depth detail other than that, to be honest with you.
No doubt about it.
I want to say that I want to say he said that on that Shannon Sharp podcast, Club Shay Shay. I want to say
is that where that was made?
I want to say it was. I'm not 100% sure, but that'd be my guess. I think.
Yeah, I don't really watch too much of Shannon Sharp too much, or I'm Shannon, because I just can't handle him, man. He's just too loud for me. Too much of it, man. Just too much. I can't handle him sometimes. But let me know.
I'm becoming a fan very slowly of him. When he first joined Skip Bayless back in the day, I wasn't really a big Shannon Sharp fan, and he's slowly getting to me.
That's how Stephen A. Smith was on me. He slowly grew, and then I'm like, yeah, I like Stephen A. Smith. I like when he gets a little hostile.
I love Stephen A. He brings ratings. He's very entertaining, and I love it. He's not boring at all, and that's the worst thing you can be called as an analyst, I feel. Boring.
Most definitely. Jason, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this drama, and I want to know, where are you going to be looking to have success in the fantasy draft coming up in 2021? Who are the sleepers in your opinion?
Well, the drama I don't want to get too into. I've talked about 100,000 times, and I know everyone around me is
But it's so fascinating.
It's something. I will say this though. I do have a separate league that I will be joining. Gabriel's my boy. Everyone knows that. Gabriel's a real cool guy. But we will not be playing fantasy football next year together.
Breaking news.
I've been waiting on
a mutual agreement. We're boys. We're cool. There's no beef. There's no nothing. It's just best we go our separate ways in the fantasy world.
Hey, hold on, Jason. Producer James has a question for you.
I've been waiting on Gabriel's head to pop up.
The what? What happened?
I said I've been waiting on Gabriel's head to pop up.
Yeah. No, he's in the restroom right now. Yeah.
Wait, y'all. Wait.
It's been a while. I'm a little concerned actually.
Y'all are roommates?
No, I'm just messing around.
Oh, okay. James over here playing games.
That was actually a failed joke. I don't know where he's at tonight. No telling. He's probably Ubering somewhere, knowing him.
Word. All right, Jason, I appreciate your time tonight. I like to ask all my guests this. You got the world at your microphone right there. What do you want to tell the people? What do you want to leave them with?
Like, follow, everything great. Pops and Shots podcast. Show us a little love, because damn, we need it.
Hey man, yeah, I watched I listened to y'all's podcast last time. Keep trucking, man. Keep working.
I appreciate that a lot, man. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Delgado.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you, James. I'm Jason. I'm sorry. Have a good one, man. I appreciate James too. I thought he was gonna hit the clap on there, but it's a little it's getting there. Dude, look at Jalen Waddle. Looks like a kid, man. Look at this guy.
Hey, what's that guy from Menace to Society?
Man, that's
Look,
something.
dog.
That movie was so long ago. I don't even remember. Let's get into. Let's take a quick break, real quick. We'll let producer James update the crawl. When we come back, we're gonna have Dallas coming up in like 3 picks, y'all. It's gonna be fun. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show coming live at Studio 44. The 8th pick by the Carolina Panthers is in. This will be interesting right here. Penei Sewell was taken previously by the Detroit Lions, protecting Jared Goff's blind side. Carolina's pick, as soon as Goodell gets it out. J.C. Horn, huge implication now for the Dallas Cowboys. That was one of the big targets they had wanted to go after. J.C. Horn, drafted by the Carolina Panthers. Very explosive defensive back out of South Carolina. 6'1.5", 200 pounds, plays long. Father played in the NFL as a receiver for the New Orleans Saints. I am interested to see how this will impact Dallas. Now a big target for Dallas will be Patrick Surtain, the 6'2" cornerback at Alabama. But you can see right here, J.C. Horn just plays different. He is an absolute monster on the edge, as you can see him playing here. I'm really curious to see how J.C. Horn is going to be impacting the Tampa Bay receivers when they do match up in the NFC South. That'll be a huge hole, I think, that Matt Rule, the head coach, really wanted to fill when he saw how poor they did against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. When you got to play them twice a year in the division, it is something you're really going to want to make sure that you can shore up. J.C. Horn will make an impact on that defense in a heartbeat. Look how physical this guy is. Getting off a block, making the tackle, squared up in the hole, getting it done. All right. Producer James, it looked like Wes is trying to link up now. Says he's trying to join. I'm not sure if Wes? Yeah. Dallas Cowboys will be coming up at pick 10. Denver Broncos before then. Looks like they got about 5 minutes left on the clock for the Broncos. Curious to see who they pick at this juncture. I'm going to be looking forward to see if what player that they're going to fill the void for. They got needs at defensive line, linebacker, definitely receiver.
Are they getting Aaron Rodgers?
Who?
The Broncos. I don't know. I saw that on Facebook.
Why? Oh no, I haven't. No, I don't think that will be in. There's an opportunity, I'm pretty sure, for a trade, but I doubt that actually does happen. He plays for Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers? No, he doesn't play for Green Bay right now. I promise you that.
Isn't he a disgruntled employee?
He seems to be. He may be under contract with Green Bay, but I doubt he's going to play.
James, you ever been a disgruntled employee? What'd you do?
I don't know nothing about that.
Smart answer. Smart answer. Looks like we're working on getting our next guest lined up.
Hey, are the Dallas Cowboys your team?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Who's you?
Paul.
Oh, that's because you're kind of looking through James at me.
Oh,
I don't have a team in the NFL. I root for Dallas. They're a team I grew up with. I enjoyed, the Houston Oilers when they were back in the day. And then of course they went to Tennessee. A lot of people followed them. I enjoy the Houston Texans as well, but I think because of my passion for like evaluating players and, for whenever I moved on to play fantasy football in the early 2000s, like my affinity for like one team like just flew out the window. So I really kind of lost that pure edge of like, I'm only rooting for the Cowboys. Like, man, I like them. I'll have a bias towards them for real. But I'd like to make fun of the player or the people out there who are just so steadfast and follow, Jerry Jones with blind faith, because I just think that to go 8-8 the majority of years, I think you really get lost in, the hype and the salesmanship and the hoopla that the Cowboys, sell you year in and year out. And what really needs to happen is, if you want to be a champion, you need to go out and make championship moves. And I think Dallas does enough to like sell you a great product, but it's not a championship winning product. And I think people get lost into that fact. Even though they're like, oh, we're going to Super Bowl this year. We're going this year. Yeah, I know you say that every year. Until you like win games and win divisional titles, I don't want to hear that nonsense. It's just not worth it.
So Jerry's a really good salesman.
Jerry is the ultimate salesman. Jerry is the reason there's been such an explosion of wealth in the NFL is mainly due to Jerry Jones and what he's been able to do to like reach contract agreements with TV deals with people like Fox, you know, and expanding to the NFL Network and creating deals that are going to be going to streaming services, letting teams go to Los Angeles. Like Jerry's very, very pivotal in that type of instance. We all good? About a minute, 2 minutes left before we get into the Denver Broncos pick at number 9. It looks like they got looks like best available right now. You know, Justin Fields, man. I think Justin Fields at 9 right here would be a great pick for the Denver Broncos to solidify their quarterback position. But, you know, I could see them taking Patrick Surtain. I could see them taking, you know, Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern. Michael Parsons would be great at, you know, out of Penn State. I wonder if they're taking calls for trades also, because they're kind of going way down on the draft board with this time kind of ticking down. Very interesting. What's up? Okay. Yeah, do that. All right, looks like we got something working. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. And then after the Denver Broncos are picking, it will be the Dallas Cowboys coming in at 10. Producer James, let me know when we're good to go. Man, I wish NFL Network would go ahead and just like let you know who's going to be selected rather than just kind of going through all this hoopla before Goodell gets out there. I wonder if Goodell's trying to like make whoever that person is like get out of that chair before they kind of get to the podium as they speak. Yeah, I got you. I got audio.
All right.
Let's go ahead and move over. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dallas Cowboys super fan is rejoining us once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wes Washington, how are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was a little worried about this pick. Hope Jerry took his meds and he's gonna do the right thing.
Take his meds. Hey, man, what are your thoughts on the draft so far?
I mean, it's going pretty much the way I thought it was gonna go. I was a little surprised by the 49ers taking Lance.
Oh my God! Did you see who just got drafted?
That's who I wanted.
You wanted him to go to Denver?
No, I wanted to take him to the Cowboys.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So Wes,
I thought they were gonna get.
The next player has to be Micah Parsons to Dallas, the linebacker at Penn State.
I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of holes. So, I mean, as long as they don't try to pick up another wide receiver or running back.
Devontae Smith is right here at 10.
They don't need another receiver. No.
Right.
No more
I'm with you, man. But what happens if that's what Jerry ends up doing?
No, Jerry. Jerry's not that crazy, man. It's no way. Jerry can't be that crazy. It's there's somebody gonna stop him. They gotta hog tie Jerry down, something. You can't. No, that can't happen. So, but I mean, I know we didn't need help with linebacker with Sean Lee retiring. I mean, Sean Lee was great on the field, but he needs to retire, man. Him and he couldn't stay on the field. I don't know about this Vander kid either. That's all I was trying to think of. And Jalen Smith's playing out of position, so I mean, maybe they need to go linebacker and have somebody that can play in a position that this coaching staff wants. But
now, Wes, there is another DB out of Virginia, Farley, who is comparable to these two DBs that we had before. And Farley was actually kind of rated by a lot of draft experts higher than Surtain going into the draft. Do you think Dallas reaches right now? Because the grade for Farley has dropped a little bit, but the pressing need for a DB on the other side of Trayvon Diggs is a paramount right now. And I think maybe that's what they go do and reach to get Farley out of Virginia. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm thinking now if you're not getting Surtain, who I think could have been a good corner, but right now I think you might have to get, like you said, linebacker. You got to get somebody that's a pass rusher. You got to get somebody that breaks the pressure. So maybe your DBs don't have to be as good. They don't have to cover as long. But right now, the DBs are getting ate up because they're not getting any pressure. I mean, the one guy that was getting pressure just took off, Aldon Smith. So
is this an opportunity right here with Justin Fields still on the board, where New England does a trade with Dallas, and Dallas goes to 15, and they wait to see what their fortunes look like here with New England moving up to get Justin Fields out of Ohio State? Do you think we could see something like that also?
Oh, I'm definitely down for getting more draft picks, just because, your guy's off the board, so you might as well go for more draft picks and load up with more defensive players. I mean, I think you also got to start looking at the offensive line. I mean, who is what do you got? Martin is the only thing that got really consistent on the line. He's not that consistent. Tyron Smith he's almost as bad as Sean Lee with the injury.
Now, with you talking about offensive line, Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern had a dominant performance when he played Ohio State last year. Now, coming in, he could be a great replacement for Tyron Smith, maybe in a couple of years after Smith retires, but could easily kick down inside and play the guard position. Oh, there's the trade. Philadelphia just traded with Dallas. Oh my!
I don't like trading anything with the Eagles. I don't like giving the Eagles anything.
So this could be Philly going to get Devontae Smith at 10, and Dallas going down a little bit, maybe to take Rashawn Slater, maybe potentially. Do we have time to keep you on until 12 or?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, cool. I appreciate it. We'll ride till 12, and if they trade back again, we'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. We're slowing down a little bit. We were a little busy here at Reveille on the Boulevard.
So what are you doing right now? I know you're working, and so tell people where they can find Revelry.
Reveille on the Boulevard. We're on North Lamar, close to the Yellow Rose. I know y'all know what that's at. But yeah, we're starting to pick up. We're starting to get more hours in. Gonna change the menu up a little bit. We're gonna stay open longer. We're gonna probably open up on Tuesday night, open up earlier on Saturday, and come on. The brunch is always great, man. It's biscuits and gravy, shrimp and grits. It's all good, and just got a good write up in a magazine about our gumbo being the best gumbo in Austin.
Yeah, no, I heard about y'all having that write-up, and y'all have like a world-class chef who's out there putting y'all's menu together. Isn't that right? What's his name?
Dom.
Man,
Chef Dom.
Word. I appreciate you coming to take this time with us. What are you thinking about as we move forward with Dallas? Do you think the season for the Cowboys is going to be better than they anticipated last year? Because everybody thought Dak was going to have a breakout year, earn his contract before his gruesome injury. Or are you thinking Dallas is going to be another middle-of-the-road team in the 21 season?
The problem with Dallas in trying to predict their season, Dallas should still be trash and win the East. That's the whole problem because the NFC East, I think, is trash besides Washington's defense. Who else are you afraid of right now in the NFC East? So Dallas can still win the NFC East, make it to the playoffs, and then you think, oh, they had a good year, but I don't think they can have a play against anybody or compete against anybody until they fix their offensive line problems and get somewhat of a pass rush. They have no pass rush. I think that hurts the secondary.
Yeah, the defense was so atrocious last year. I think they were like 26th in third down, and then in big play they were like ranked 28th. So they really had no – I think, number one, their schematic was totally off point with Nolan running his antiquated defense. Now you have the new defensive coordinator who comes in from Atlanta and who is going to be, he brought over Keanu O'Neal, and I think Keanu O'Neal playing that linebacker spot is going to be probably a real subdued edge rusher from going from safety now to linebacker, I think with a little bit of speed drop off. But you're right. I really think there needs to be another edge rusher to create more pressure opposite of, DeMarcus Lawrence on the other side of the ball. But at the same time, like the interior D line needs to be solidified because in the NFC East, it's becoming run centric with Saquon in New York, and then with the Washington football team, they're going to be so balanced. I think with Ron Rivera and also being defensive minded, he's going to want to push the ball on the ground as much as he can. So with that, with that being said, do you think they're going to be? Do you think they can make a run at a championship, like an NFC championship, or is this going to be maybe just a division title only?
Man, you're dreaming way too high. They can make a run at a NFC East championship, but that's really about it right now. They got way too many holes on the offensive line and on the defensive side of the ball. It's just, I mean, as much as I love the Cowboys, and I'm the biggest Cowboy fan around. I bleed Cowboy blue, but I'm gonna be real, man. They can't compete with a NFC championship right now. They don't have the horses.
And that's one thing, Wes. That's one thing I appreciate is like I'm a fan of Cowboys too. I'm biased towards the Cowboys, but I am realistic with what they will do as far as my assessment of their skill set and how they play, like with their chemistry. But man, I tell you what, it's going on 30 years since we've had a NFC championship and a Super Bowl bid. So it's time to like right the ship. But I think it's only going to be done when maybe Jerry's not with us anymore. I hate to say that, but it doesn't seem like the right things are getting done while he's in command.
Well, the problem is Jerry's got to let some people. He's got to let the people he's hired to do their job, and he's got to be an owner.
Yeah.
You see it all the time, just in any kind of business. You got owners that they got their hands too much in the business and not letting the people they hire run the business. And and Jerry's a great owner. The players love him, but the fans aren't too fond of him because they aren't seeing rings. And when you're a Cowboys fan, you get more smack than anybody. That's
there it
exactly
is.
What you said.
There it is, Devontae Smith.
Yeah. I don't like that we did that to help out the Eagles. I like helping out the Eagles because the Eagles, they have the worst fans.
Yeah, this is also Jalen Hurts, the former Alabama quarterback, picking up an Alabama receiver, and that's when Jalen got his time, or he was taken out of the game with Tua put in the game when they were freshmen. Devontae Smith and Tua were freshmen to win that national championship. And it's another Alabama connection.
Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't like it. It's another Alabama connection because I'm I'm an Arkansas fan, and I don't like helping out the Eagles because they're the worst fans.
Man,
when
they
the
just
Eagles won the Super Bowl. You know how bad they were. They went and spray painted Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's just wrong, man.
Yeah.
Come on, what's Stevie Ray Vaughan got to do with that?
I don't know, man. I can't tell you. But you do gotta admit this guy is a Heisman Trophy winner, Slim Reaper as they call him. My biggest concern is how is he going to be able to match up with these bigger DBs that we have in the NFL, and have that type of get off, because it's easy when you can free release in the college game. It's a little different when someone's going to play press man against you, being 6 foot, 160.
Yeah, and that's he's slim, he's small, and he just seemed like he just ran past everybody. I don't know if that his speed and size are going to transfer to the NFL. I mean, I don't know if he's got Tyreek Hill speed, but Tyreek Hill also looks a lot stronger than this kid. This kid he definitely looks like he needs to be put in the weight room. But I mean, I don't know where do you play him.
I'm not sure either. You'd have to maybe kick him into the slot, but they already have small receivers in Philadelphia. Last year they had Riggs. Oh, Chicago has just traded to the 11th pick. This has to be Justin Fields. Chicago moving up.
Wow.
Man. Hey, Wes, can we take a quick break? Will you stay with us while we take this break?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back right after this.
All right. Got a burger?
Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show. Still with us is Wes Washington out at Revelry. Looks like the pick is in for the Chicago Bears. Is this a move where, Chicago is going to land their quarterback of the future? They got the red rifle out of Dallas for 1 year at $10 million. Everything in my being says Justin Fields here, where they steal Justin Fields away from the New England Patriots.
I mean, they got to. They really can't go with the red rifle. That dude, he's done. Dalton's done. That was the worst move by the Cowboys to ever. I mean,
but it ended up saving them last year to just be 6-10. I mean, they would have been worse. They would have had maybe the number 1 pick overall if they didn't have. I mean, DiNucci was out there like letting the ball fly out of his hand while he's in his throwing motion. I mean, it would have been horrible.
I guess. I mean, I don't.
They could have been 4-12 with
horrible already.
They could have been 4-12 with Andy Dalton. So here we go. Let's see what Goodell has to say for the Chicago Bears at 11. And then hopefully Dallas has made up their mind with them having 2 picks to figure it out. Guess Goodell wants to do his promo for the draft-a-thon. Let's see what we got going on here. Come on, let's have it. That's kind of what I was thinking. What's up?
Couldn't even doing that while the clock was going.
I guess. Man, what is going on with the delay here? Let's go. I guess he's reading an excerpt from the pandemic recovery efforts. I guess this is the guy who's going to be saying the pick here. CEO, creator, Greater Auburn Gresham. The Bears select with the 11th pick. Come on now. Justin Fields, Ohio State. It's the right pick.
Oh yeah.
They just resurrected their whole franchise with that 1 pick. In my opinion, Justin Fields was the second best quarterback in the entire NFL draft. And all the nonsense that was being said about him not being a team guy, not a work ethic guy was total bullshit. So I'm glad for him to be drafted this high. I'm glad for him and the Bears.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that much of this Lance kid that the 49ers took. I mean, I didn't understand that. I mean, I guess they see a lot more than we do because the kid played for North Dakota, which, I mean, how many games did they play this year?
He only played 1 game against Central Arkansas. And he threw his first interception in that game too. He underperformed in my opinion. Trey Lance did, but that hit right there we just saw with Justin Fields, to be able to take that hit against Clemson, then come back for a comeback victory over Clemson was tremendous, in my opinion.
I mean, I thought the kid really played, especially against Clemson. I thought the kid stepped up and played a great game. So, I mean, I thought right then and there, I was like, man, this dude's out playing sunshine right now. So, I mean, that's a big deal.
Look at this right here. The ability to slide, keep your feet underneath you, and then deliver. Dude, you can't – there are quarterbacks in the NFL who can't do that right now. And then the 4.4 speed. I mean, nobody's talking about that. And then the toughness to take that hit to the ribs and then get back and then go win and deal at the same time while he was hurt.
Yeah, he's got all the throws. He's got the speed. And, you know, he's not a guy that runs a lot.
No.
He just runs when he has to, and that's a good thing.
Exactly. That's the best way to say it.
I get real worried of the guys that run a lot because I just don't see them lasting long. Just way too many hits to take running. I
Oh,
don't care
that
how
is
big you are.
nonsense. He is not. His comp is not Dak Prescott. In my humble opinion, his comp is Deshaun Watson. In my opinion.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, just
Why they got to show the hit of Dak getting hit? Why they got to show that one?
they did hit. Oh, that's horrible.
All right, Dallas. They got 3 minutes to figure it out. And Wes, as soon as they make that pick, we'll get your thoughts and we'll let you get out of here.
Okay.
I appreciate you hanging out, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I really hope they go the right route and they go O-line or they go defense. They get a rusher.
What do you think? What do you think is more valuable, O-line or linebacker right now?
I mean, I would think O-line just because you want to keep Dak healthy.
Right.
But I mean, also it's just so many holes that it's kind of hard to pick one spot for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I like Rashawn. I like Rashawn Slater here. Did they just start the clock over?
No, they said the pick is in.
Oh, pick is in. Okay. It's
they had it.
it's got to be Rashawn Slater for me.
Yeah.
Look at Jerry. Look at Steven. Look at Steven's drunk already.
What do you got a different feed than me?
I may have a little bit. Yeah, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. What are you watching it on, man?
I'm watching on cable on Spectrum.
Okay.
On NFL Network.
Yeah, we're on. I guess we're on satellite something. But yeah, they're just showing. They're showing the ESPN guys.
Oh, you're on ESPN? Okay. Yeah, I'm on NFL Network.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, to me, it's just I think NFL Network gets a little better access. But don't get me wrong, ESPN has great access as well. All right, let's do this.
Man, it just the stage just looks cooler when you get that Cowboy logo and all that on there, doesn't it?
It's that blue, man. It just does something to the eyes.
Yeah.
It makes you want to buy something, in my opinion. It's like, what's Jerry selling?
I know. I've bought too much Cowboy stuff already. I got my.
All right, Goodell's making his way to his antiquated leather lazy boy.
Oh man, I gotta get that blanket that guy's got.
See, he didn't make this guy get up. Oh, they make. Ooh, we got the pimps coming out tonight. What is going on here? This person is jacked. They are excited to make this call.
Come on.
Let's go, Jerry.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Roger. Let's
I
go.
gotta do this every time.
It seems like they must not be getting enough traction. That's why he keeps talking about it. It's like people don't have any money. What do they want? What do you want them to donate to?
I know. I guess they want that unemployment money everybody's getting.
You gotta get that UIB, Jack. All right, here we go.
Come on.
Not vaccinated. Oh, this lady hype. She is hype. See, this is what these Dallas fans, man. They just out there.
Oh yeah.
Kanikia Bourdain. Dallas Cowboys. Let's go. Micah Parsons. Okay. That replaces Sean Lee, a middle linebacker.
Yeah.
All right. I'm a little. I feel the same way. I'm a little.
I mean,
Look, it says he can run 4.36.
Yeah, and I mean, he's gonna need it.
Yeah.
You because I'm guessing he's gonna have to be covering sideline to sideline.
Hey,
So.
hey, Wes, look at that cowboy blue suit he has on. It's like he knew.
He was gone.
It's like he knew.
He knew.
Man. Wes Washington, I appreciate you joining us tonight, man. Thank you very much for holding on, going through that
no
trade.
problem.
What do you want to leave the people with, man?
I just want to leave people with. I lost a friend a couple of days ago, so I just want everybody, as you're getting up in age, man, start taking care of yourself. Get a checkup. Just because we're getting older now, man. I'm turning 45 tomorrow, and just because it's not really for you. It's more about your loved ones. That's who's gonna miss you the most. So just want everybody to take care of themselves. God bless.
Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, happy early birthday to Wes Washington. Condolences, my friend. I'll be wishing you happy birthday tomorrow, but I'm sorry for your loss, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wes Washington, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, celebrate a little bit for the Dallas Cowboys pick of linebacker Micah Parsons out of Penn State. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show. The NFL Draft 2021. Lots of big opportunities coming for a lot of young men. Let's get into our next guest, the owner, operator of the War Room. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ross Alexander. How's it going, cuz?
Oh, good. Just finished doing a session and training some clients.
Hey, man, I'm sorry we couldn't get you on for that trade for Dallas. I had the Dallas fan on while the trade commenced, and I was like, isn't this ironic that Philadelphia does a deal on draft day in division with the Dallas Cowboys? Who would have thought it?
Did they really, man? I didn't even know that. I mean, I've been in the garage for like 4 hours already. So
there was a trade
cool.
There was a trade that went down. Philadelphia traded up from 12 to 10 with the Dallas Cowboys. Ended up drafting Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner receiver out of Alabama, and he's going to go join Jalen Hurts, who also won a Heisman Trophy at Alabama as well. So you got a lot of talent on the offense side of the ball trying to keep up, primarily with those Dallas Cowboys who have the plethora of receivers and wealth of talent at that position as well. What are your thoughts moving forward with Philadelphia in the upcoming 21 season?
Well, I know that was a big thing that they needed to do to help Jalen out, was get a few receivers. Now I heard something, I guess, you know way more about this than I do. And is there going to be a trade in with Ertz, or is he going to stay with Philly?
So as far as I know at this time, the new head coach has indicated that all positions are available to be, you basically got to go earn your stripes with this new regime coming in. As the other coach kind of put in, it's a complicated story, but right now I think today QB1 is, Jalen Hurts. I don't think there's another quarterback on their team that could be better than him moving forward. And if there was an opportunity to draft a Justin Fields, Philadelphia had that opportunity because right after Philadelphia drafted, the Chicago Bears moved up and drafted Justin Fields. So Philadelphia had an opportunity to get a high-end quarterback. They passed on him. That tells me Jalen Hurts is going to be the quarterback moving forward.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what all of football probably figured. I know that's what fans pretty much figured and wanted for Jalen Hurts to be there. But yeah, I know that was a big thing, is we wanted a receiver. And to be really honest, there wasn't really that much help on the receiving end the past few years.
Now, we just had a quick update real quick. The Los Angeles Chargers had just drafted Northwestern offensive lineman Rashawn Slater, who I thought Dallas would have picked up. Dallas ended up picking up Micah Parsons, the linebacker out of Penn State. Now, within that division, I just had on the Dallas Cowboys superfan. Now I got the Philadelphia Eagles superfan in the state of Texas, and he doesn't care if you don't like it. Where will the Philadelphia Eagles finish in the 21 season within the division?
Man.
Big questions. Let the people know.
I mean, of course, the fan in me is going to be like, they're going to go number one.
Yeah.
But the NFC East realist, I mean, there's a reason why that's the most looked at division, whether they're the worst or the best. It's because it's so much of a toss-up. I'm going to be really honest. I think the Redskins were the best team when it got on the field this past year.
The football team.
Yeah, football. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Washington football team. Yeah, I think they were the best. I mean, they were. I mean, I think they were the best now as far as the NFC East. But I'm gonna. I don't think just they're, like I said, the fan of me wants to say they will take it all.
Right.
And they can. They always have the talent. But I'm gonna say it's a rebuilding year. I'm gonna say they'll be in the race as all NFC East teams are. But I think they'll come in. I think they'll have a wild card run, come in second.
Okay.
And I think that'll be competing with, I'll be honest, probably the Giants and the Cowboys. I think the football team probably had their year this year. Now they could come back, surprise anybody, but I really think the Giants are going to come back stronger next year. They seem to peak at the end of last year. Dallas, as we all know, man, like they always have the talent. We'll see if they put together this coming year. We'll see if they do it. Now with them getting another linebacker, like that with that, like in that for that guy's caliber.
Mm-hmm.
And they already have, I mean, they have 3 linebackers, but what's his name? Was it Sean? Right?
Sean Lee actually retired.
Oh, Charlie retired. See, I'm so out of it, right, man? So, but I mean, the guy was an amazing linebacker. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Right.
So with this guy in here, and not only that, but the other 2 linebackers, what 2 years in, that's scary. That's a scary thought, having those 3 linebackers running around.
Yeah, and then Coach Smith, who came over from Atlanta, the former head coach, is now the defensive coordinator. He was the DC in Seattle when they were winning their Super Bowls. He also brought over his linebacker, Keon O'Neal, who was an all-pro. So the linebacker position is just getting more depth for Dallas. But we had a trade. The New York Jets traded up into the 14th pick. Really curious to see where they're going to go. They've already drafted Zach Wilson out of BYU. And I'm kind of seeing here where Bob Salah and the new regime are going to potentially, I think they go get an offensive lineman at this position. Maybe the lineman out of Notre Dame would be a big fit here. I know you were spot on when you said that Philadelphia had an opportunity to lock in a wild card spot. The new NFL year is expanding an extra week. They're removing 1 week of preseason, adding 1 in the regular season, as well as expanding the playoffs. Do you think that this could be the year where we're seeing multiple teams within the division go compete in the wild card in the playoffs due to the fact that it's pure expansion? And do you like it? Do you like that they're growing the playoffs in the season, or do you think this is just a money grab for the NFL?
So I think if they're going to expand it, I think it's a double-edged sword. Of course, the NFL will always be about the money.
Right.
But, look what you saw this year with NFC East, man. I mean, you've seen that with previous years. Look at the AFC, you've seen that a lot of times. When you take, you can have somebody with the second best record in the league, or in the division. Like let's take AFC, right? Let's say the Patriots at the time were 12-1, and then it never happened, but like the Browns or the Miami 11-2, and Miami has to be a wild card, right? And then you have a division leader, and somewhere else, and they're 8-8, and they're in it. So granted, they'll play in the wild card, but I think that just gives more better teams opportunities as far as that goes. So I'm okay with that. I think everybody loves playoff season. I'm not a big fan of taking away a preseason game, because that's when a lot of times you have those guys trying to make a spot and take us, and then with that, so if you're going to take away a preseason game and you're going to add more playoff games, you're definitely looking at injuries. Yeah, it's a longer season. These guys get older. You're looking at more injuries. You're looking at players. They're going to have to prove themselves a lot faster. So what are they going to do to compensate for that in the offseason and during training camps? There has to be kind of a balance and a give and take on that end.
Now, you just identified the opportunity to train and get more reps, and that's something that you're very knowledgeable. Talk to the people, let them know about the War Room, and talk about, I see your clientele is kind of growing with the young people in the community here. What is the feedback for the War Room, and how you're contributing back to the community through the training of the youth?
So one of the things that they're doing here in this community in Lockhart is that they're starting weights in the 7th grade level. I'm not sure if they ever started in the 6th grade level, because now they have what you call pre-athletics, something that, of course, you and I didn't have. And I think you and I didn't even start doing weights till late 8th grade, early 9th grade with the coaches anyways. So what I'm trying to do is trying to get as many of them over here as possible to just teach them proper form, proper technique. And, a lot of times I'll have those kids come in and say that they think they're stronger than what they are. And once I give them a few personal tests, they're really good kids. I'll say their minds are so open. It's crazy. A 12 or 13-year-old versus a 22 and 23-year-old, when, by the time they're that age, they might be in the gym and think they know it all. Right. And so these kids are so open-minded, so mannerly. I've coached a few of these kids on a youth level, but, the biggest thing on that end is teaching them how to know their body, telling them when they do something good, remember how that rep feels. Does that feel good? Remember it. That looks great. Remember it. So it's all about muscle memory and body awareness. And of course, I'm starting to build a little bit bigger on, the adult aspects in here in Lockhart as well. But I really like training, the kids that way. And, of course, the coaching staff over in Lockhart, I don't know them on the junior high level, but, as with any coaching staff, they want the best out of their kids. But I definitely want to make sure that the ones who come here, we're making sure they're doing it right, teach them knowledge early on that it took me, years later to build on. But just letting them know, hey, if I'm doing this right and I'm aware of my body, other sports I play, I could be aware of too. And it's really important, Paul, as you remember when you played, it's really hard sometimes to tell between soreness and an injury, or between between something feeling bad and an injury. And so I talked to them a lot about that as well.
Ross, we just had a pick real quick by the New York Jets. They went ahead and drafted guard out of USC, Elijah Vera Tucker. This is going to be an insurance policy to shore up the newly acquired quarterback out of Zach Wilson out of BYU. Ross, your training that you have for the youth and growing them not only, physically, but understanding cognitively the ability to what a good rep feels like is, I think, a very valuable tool that they're going to be able to move forward and carry on, which is also going to mitigate any potential injury, like how you identified between injury and soreness. With this knowledge that you're being able to pass down to the younger people, what fulfillment do you get out of it? What is it like to give back to the people?
Oh man, I never really thought about that. It's just something I enjoy doing. It's just a pleasure I've always had. It started, when I was in college and I worked as an assistant for a gym owner that taught a college course, and I worked for his gym, and he'd have me he knew I was a collegiate powerlifter, so he'd have me show his class how to use the machines and how to do proper form and technique. And, it's kind of, and with that, it's just a class. And, there was nobody that did anything spectacular as far as that goes. They're just trying to earn an A. And so, but moving forward, it's just something when you see somebody that's having a hard time doing something and they're able to do it, or they come back and talk to you, or this, it's, I don't know, man, it's just just something that you help change their life in some whatever small way you can. And that's something I never even thought about. I just enjoy doing it.
Man, that's very cool, man. I understand a little bit about what you're talking about, being able to give back with what I do at Recon Athlete, and to see you do it in a more direct manner, I think is very noble of you. And it kind of, makes me feel good that we have, young men. We're not young men as we used to be, but we're not older statesmen, as I call Papa Romeo. But I appreciate you being in the community to pass that along, because there's a lot of trainers out there and private coaching that goes out there that, I don't know why, I don't know the reasons they do it, but for you, in my opinion, I think it's just a genuine, heartfelt ability to pass on knowledge to the next generation. And I wanted to say thank you for doing that. It looks like the New England Patriots have made a selection with the 15th picked overall. Just hang tight real quick, Ross. The Evil Empire is made a selection. Bill Belichick is coming in, leading the dark side. And I believe this is going to be Mac Jones, confirmed out of Alabama. One Evil Empire to another. Mac Jones selected 15th overall to Bill Belichick. Oh, man. Cam Newton, mentor this young man, and then you're going to be on your way to the next day, sir. Ross, thank you so much. I mean, I'm only halfway through, bud, and I'm already kind of getting hoarse a little bit. Ross, you have the people's ear. What would you like to leave them with before we let you go?
Oh, man, enjoy the draft. I think this coming season is going to be, a little, hopefully a little fulfilling than the last season. In my opinion, I think no coach or no player, unless they really stunk it up, should have been let go, especially on a coaching level because of all of COVID. So as far as an Eagles fan, I definitely think Rooney. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not Rooney. I'm sorry. Whoever the owner is, I forgot his name. I'm forgetting about Pittsburgh. but they jumped the gun on letting Peterson go. Like, come on. But it is what it is. We'll see what happens. But as far as anybody y'all guys enjoy it out there, if y'all want to contact me over here at the War Room. I do online training as well. I do programs. If you have your own little gym, we'll have a conversation in a meeting, and I'll set up a program for you. I know sometimes a hot box like this probably in the best place to be, but I'm very flexible with talking and setting programs up online, doing Zoom calls and so forth. And other than that, I know everybody's that's watching you right now, Paul, is watching the draft. So you guys just enjoy that.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you need to get with Ross and your workout program or nutrition game set up, we have his Instagram there in the lower third. Ladies and gentlemen, the owner and operator. And listen, if you need a little, life insurance, auto insurance, get with the man as well. He'd be happy to help you out. Ladies and gentlemen, Ross Alexander, everybody, thank you for your time, sir.
Hey, guys, good talking to you, man.
All right, have a good one. Thank you, sir.
You too. Bye.
Mac Jones to the New England Patriots, coming in on their Death Star, always getting things. Listen, I think this is going to be the steal of the draft. I had him as the third best quarterback behind Lawrence and Fields. But for Mac Jones to go to New England, very cool to see that. I need a drink of water. My horse is fading. Let's take a break.
I was just going to say Mac Jones.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show coming out of Studio 44. Appreciate y'all sticking with us through that longer impromptu break. Had to, quench the thirst. Had to get back on it just to, serve myself up a little libation to kind of relax after a stream of draftees coming through the mix. Producer James on the mic. What are your thoughts so far?
All
All right. Well,
what are we halfway through? little over the halfway point.
I told you this is going to be a long night. You're going to be pretty busy. The Washington football team. They have their colors up there looking pretty snazzy, looking like basically,
I thought Hulkamania was coming out.
Watch out, brother. Don't let the Hulkster get a little bit of a promo ready to go. Have you seen that little dude with the
Yeah.
the Hulkster? The Hulkster. What was it? That thing? Like a height measurement.
Yeah.
All right. The Washington football team select linebacker Jamin Davis out of Kentucky. I doubt it's jamming, right? I highly doubt it's jamming. Boys,
Jamin.
There's no accent over the A or anything, so yeah.
Kentucky.
Kentucky bourbon. Speaking of Kentucky, I got a little bourbon in my glass right now. I had to go, I think, treat my throat because was getting a little hoarse. So I said, let me refill with the water and let me refill with a little something to get going for the rest of the night. We're on the back nine, as they say. Wizard, do you play golf?
No.
Have you ever played golf?
No.
Top golf?
Oh wait, putt golf. Yeah.
Putt golf counts. Okay,
Yeah.
so you all right, so now I know James and the Wizards, producer James and the Wizards golf level and football level are starting at the same point. That's good. I got a blank canvas to work with here. That's good. Shout out to Las Vegas Raiders drafting Alexander, the lineman out of Alabama. Can't think of it off the top of my head. I was in the little boys' room when I was trying to get that taken care of. What are y'all laughing at? That's right. Had to use the facilities. But Kentucky off the map. This is, man. Look at Coach up there just like hammering it home, doing his little hand gesture movement. What are y'all just kind of like enjoying the draft, like sitting back, like just what have y'all taken away so far from what y'all have seen?
I know just as much as now as when I walked in.
So I mean that can't be true, because when you walked in, you didn't know who was going to be drafted, and you've just seen 19 selections.
The only one I remember is that what was his name, Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, at least see, so you know a little bit more than when you walked in.
I can say that the Eagles, they made a trade with the Cowboys.
2 for 2. What else?
That last guy, his name was Jamin.
Jamin Davis out of Kentucky. All right, see, this is the kind of feedback I might have to bring Edward in full time. Might get replaced.
No, I don't know how to work this, but yeah, I can talk.
See, that talking part whenever I talk about Green Bay or if I talk about MMA, James is live. He's ready. He's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. The rest of it, he's just like, see?
No, MMA is the same thing. James already knows if it's not McGregor or Diaz brother, I have no idea who's fighting.
So you like the Diaz brothers too?
Mm-hmm.
What about George Masvidal? Okay.
I saw the one fight where I didn't see where he knocked that guy out, but I saw another. Oh, I saw when he fought Nate.
Yeah, he got slept this weekend though.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was
Look
supposed.
at James. Yeah, he's all shaking, laughing.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad I didn't get to watch that live, but I saw it the next morning.
Okay. Word. Well, let's get back into it. The New York Football Giants are on the clock. 3 minutes left as they move forward. This has got to be another pick where they go offensive lineman to protect Jones. I really don't think that they need another weapon. They were able to get Galladay, who came over from Detroit. Saquon's coming back after his injury last year. There's Barkley right there, missing 14 games. Danny Dimes needs a protector on the offensive line. And if not, I don't think there's any more big receivers that are going to be helping him also. But do you also take a defensive lineman here to shore up the defensive side to maybe stop high profile or high potency offenses like the Cowboys within the divisions. And now we just saw Jalen Waddle Devontae Smith get taken by the Philadelphia Eagles, another high-profile, speedy weapon coming off a Heisman Trophy winning season as well. Here, looks like we got Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Wawusu Koromora, the Notre Dame linebacker, is a potential target there. I don't know. I don't know. I just see nose, like everything no, and the best available to fit the New York Giants. Maybe this is where we get a trade to come in. Maybe does Jacksonville come back up and get another pick? Does Green Bay move up in the draft to try to take a defensive player here? Maybe they reach on an offensive weapon. James does not like when I mention Green Bay. He just, as soon as I see Green Bay, I look at him and he's like, just don't say it. I'm gonna do my best to keep Aaron Rodgers away from producer James.
Why would they pick? Why would
you're having just as fun a night as I am.
There's nothing that leads me to believe that they're gonna pick an offensive player. In the last 10 drafts, they've picked one, and that's Aaron Rodgers' replacement.
How would you feel if they did pick an offensive player?
I mean, I'd be pissed.
It's not right. It's not gonna bring Aaron Rodgers back.
No.
It's not. All it's gonna do is piss him off even more.
I have a feeling they're acting like that. The news that came out today didn't even come out. That they're just like they might be in denial.
Who, Green Bay?
Yeah.
I think they're just incompetent. It's just pure incompetence. They're like, oh, well, we knew this was going to happen. Yeah, y'all may have known, but y'all didn't know it was going to drop today. That's the thing is like whenever a franchise gets news dropped on them like this level, catastrophic news, potential losing your quarterback news, the number one play is to shut up. It's just to be quiet because you don't want to show anything that you have that could help yourself. And that's why I think Green Bay is not saying anything. They said everything they needed to already. They said, we don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be our long-term solution by drafting Jordan Love, moving up last year to get Jordan Love. And then Gutekunst, the GM, yesterday or 2 days ago said, Aaron Rodgers is in our foreseeable future. The following day on Wednesday, he calls to try to get Aaron Rodgers shipped to San Francisco. Not to mention when the Rams inquired about Aaron Rodgers before they traded for Matthew Stafford in the division. LA Rams wanted one of those quarterbacks in the division. Ain't that something? That just tells me that the NFC North is just garbage with teams horribly running themselves. And for Green Bay, I don't blame the players as much, but I blame the ownership, which there's a lack thereof, because it's all owned by like a conglomerate or a cooperative. That's my only thing. Kadarius Toney, a weapon to match up with the firepower in the NFC East. Kadarius Toney, the receiver out of Florida, very similar to Jalen Waddle. I think he'll be a really good piece to help out Galladay. This is going to do nothing but help out Danny Dimes. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, real quick. Back to Green Bay. What are the details that anyone knows of why he's unhappy?
We laid him out. We just did. So for the past 10 years, the Green Bay Packers have never drafted in the first round an offensive weapon to help out Aaron Rodgers. The first time they do that, they draft his potential replacement in Jordan Love last year. Why is that important? Well, because the last 2 years, Aaron Rodgers in 2019 went to the NFC Championship game and lost because he didn't have enough weapons to the San Francisco 49ers, who lost in the Super Bowl to Kansas City. Last year, Aaron Rodgers wins an MVP and then loses in the NFC Championship game due to poor coaching, in my opinion, in addition to a lack of weapons to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who eventually won the Super Bowl over the Kansas City Chiefs. The point is that the Green Bay Packers are too elite, in my opinion, too elite players away from being Super Bowl champions. Not contenders. They're Super Bowl contenders with Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. But that's just it. They're contenders. They're not champions.
So it is. I mean, question: is it like the NBA? Like, let's just say Aaron Rodgers stays Green Bay. He's like, I'm not going to play. I'm just going to sit the bench.
Yeah, he could. That's what he's telling. He already said that. He said, I'm disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers, and I don't want to be there anymore.
I just wasn't sure if it was the same, like the same result. Like you're allowed to do that, like in the NBA.
Yeah, you just won't get paid. But Aaron Rodgers has made tons of money on and off the field. He's not concerned about them. For him, it's about respect now. It's not about the money. And Green Bay has shown they don't respect him by not putting players of elite caliber around him, in addition to not taking care of him in his salary. So you're doing like a double middle fingers to the face. He's highly undervalued, underpaid. In addition, you're not putting weapons and drafting weapons around him to be successful. You're telling me you couldn't go get OBJ out of Cleveland? You couldn't get Antonio Brown, who signed for $6 million with Tampa Bay? You're telling me you couldn't go get Galladay in the free agency? They've done nothing to help Aaron Rodgers on the offense side of the ball to be successful.
So you're saying now that he's pretty much laid out. I'm unhappy. He's turned the tables.
Yeah, I mean, what Aaron Rodgers is saying right now. Aaron Rodgers is saying, "Thank y'all very much, Green Bay. I'm not happy here. Y'all drafted my replacement. I'm gonna go host Jeopardy. Good luck."
Oh, that's right. He did host.
I'm gonna go do my own thing. He's like, I just got engaged. I'm having the time of my life. I would love to retire a Packer, but I'm not happy here. I want to go somewhere else. Trade me. And the general manager's like, we're not trading Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron is like, okay, fine. I don't need the money. I'll just go do something that I want to do and host Jeopardy. And whenever, y'all decide to waive me or release me or I retire, it could be one of those things. I don't think he's going to retire. I think Aaron has like 5 more years of quality football below his belt. The point is that number one, who is going to trade Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers? And second of all, will that team be able to pay him an exorbitant amount of money to be on that roster? Because we're talking about $40 million a year. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30. We're talking about $40 million a year.
That's Dak Prescott money.
No. Yes, it is. But what I'm telling you is that Aaron Rodgers is going to probably sign a 3-year, $120 million guaranteed contract.
Damn.
Wherever he goes next. Guaranteed. Dak Prescott's is like stuff's built in. I think I can't remember what he got off. I think he got like $100 million guaranteed. And I could be wrong. Y'all let me know in the comments if what his actual contract was. But it's kind of disheartening for the true like Aaron Rodgers fans because they didn't deserve this, and for them to have the allegiance, it's kind of like it's a catch-22 almost, because you have the team you love in the Packers, and you have the team you love, or you have the player you love in Aaron Rodgers, and they're getting a divorce, and you're the stepchild who's getting left out of it.
Do I get child support?
You have to ask the Packers about that.
You know what? I don't deserve to be getting attacked every freaking episode like this. That's what I don't deserve.
It's not that you're getting attacked. It's just that you're interpreting it because you have the loyalty to. I attack the Cowboys fans too. Just wait till we get to Uncle Drew.
You're comparing me to Cowboys fans?
Producer Drew. No, yeah, you are not even. No, that's not even close. You cannot compare those Packer fans to Cowboys fans. There's a totally different. At least Packers fans can own the team. The Cowboy fans will never own the team. Although Jerry may want to tell them that, but that's not true.
I guess that one's not a fully vaccinated draft room because it doesn't say it, right?
I don't know. Is there like a little graphic that pops up?
Yeah, it says fully vaccinated.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I think they have to be. There is a memorandum that was sent out to all the NFL franchises, as in that if you were not fully vaccinated, you cannot have certain access to the team. So I don't know. In Indianapolis, Colts pick is in. We are at pick 21. Y'all remind me. looks like we need to get the Sarge coming up here in a bit for our last guest of the night. But before we do that, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're talking like a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show coming out of Studio 44. Before we left, Kwity Paye was picked up by the Indianapolis Colts, the edge rusher out of Michigan. Very needy position. Carson Wentz comes in from Philadelphia to be the QB1 for the Indianapolis Colts after Phillip Rivers retires. Justin Jefferson, the receiver who was taken out of 2020 draft out of LSU, a big target. T.Y. Hilton came back for the Colts as well. Big pickup for them to draft Kwity Paye, the edge rusher, to get a little bit of pressure on those quarterbacks in the AFC South. The Tennessee Titans, next up at the AFC South, picking at 22. Let's go ahead and see as they come down to the final countdown and we move forward. Gentlemen, any questions before we get closer into the pick 22-24? Looks like after this, the New York Jets will be picking at pick 23, followed by Pittsburgh and Jacksonville back at it again for the top. That Jacksonville pickup, I believe, was a trade with, I can't think off the top of my head. Maybe it wasn't a trade. But anyways, questions?
Yeah, so like, okay, so
I like you got the questions.
well, I'm just saying, like, let's just say I'm in the draft, right? And Trevor Lawrence goes 1. I'm going number 21. What's our price difference? Like, how much is he getting paid compared to what I'm getting paid?
Well, he's a quarterback, so he's going to get the top dollar. And depending on your position and drafting at 21, let me put it this way. He's going to get paid tens of millions of dollars, and you're going to get paid millions of dollars.
Okay.
So you're still going to get paid millions.
I'm a backup left tackle.
No, you wouldn't be picked that high if you're a backup left tackle. A backup left tackle is going to get drafted in like the 6th or 7th round. These guys out here, these gentlemen who are being drafted will be starters at their respective teams come September in 2021.
Oh, okay.
These gentlemen will be players who have been graded at starters and potential performers for their teams like for years to come. But you have people who fail, who bust, who, you know, they're a letdown, not a letdown, but they don't perform as expected.
Yeah, they didn't work out.
As evaluated, correct. I'm trying to be all PC over here. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But those are the facts.
Look at that helmet. Is that a pumpkin?
Look at the cheese heads. Did I ask you, do you own one?
Yes.
You do? You should have worn it tonight. Edward, how do you know? I think James is getting a little sensitive about the Green Bay. He's like, anytime he sees Green Bay, he's like, don't say it.
I don't think I've seen it, but I think I've asked him before, and he told me he had one.
Oh, I just thought about this. What about that Funko Pop?
What about it?
I don't know, man. Is it going to have like less of luster to it?
Nah. Good times. Good times. Super Bowl champion.
And that makes this a little different, right? Because it's a Super Bowl one, so that can never be taken away from Aaron.
Or me, or the Packers.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. But maybe I have to figure out wherever he goes next. So I think we talked about this. Would you still be a fan of Aaron?
What does that big sticker say on Goodell?
I missed it.
What'd you say?
Caleb Farley. This is the guy who I think Dallas should have picked up. You know what I said.
Yeah, I'll always be a fan of Aaron Rodgers just because he doesn't play for the Packers. I mean, like I said, I don't blame him. I don't hate him. I probably would have done the same thing probably years ago if I was him.
I think when Green Bay comes up to pick, I'm going to talk about Dallas. So we don't talk about the Packers. I'm just kidding. It's not me, it's the drink.
So I was going to say, I think that drink's getting to you.
No, I'm actually having a really good time. I actually managed it pretty well so far for this night. I think it's helped my voice a little bit. I'm not as hoarse as I was before. I was barely getting the words out when we were talking to Ross.
Did you want me to line up the Sarge?
Yes, please. Thank you for
Need
reminding
that
me.
email.
I should have done this in the break. My bad.
You're too busy talking shit.
That's what I do best. I gotta make sure you two develop thick skin. People out there heckling you. Taking pictures of my son. What you doing over there? Oh, come on. Where is it?
Is he wearing one of those gun things? What are they called?
Little holsters.
No way.
I can't tell.
He is. What does he need a strap for right now?
COVID.
I don't think so. So you ready for that email?
Mm-hmm.
I'll send it to you. I don't want to
You're
give
gonna
it.
say it.
I don't want to give it to every. I just thought about that in my brain. I'm like, what are you thinking?
Dude, I closed it hard one day. I went like that.
Is that what that is? Is that what that happened?
Yeah.
Edward, why are you talking shit about his computer? You know he's sensitive already for Green Bay.
No, I thought he was gonna say it was one of his kids, but it looks like something a kid would do.
It was the heat. It was in the heat of the moment. Is it after you got streaming or something?
No.
No.
After someone was talking shit about the Packers.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to. All they do is like play for NFC Championship games. I mean, I don't know. Edward, anything you want to say before James gets upset again? We need words, fellas. This is a talk show.
I will say this is the longest I've ever watched the draft.
Well, yeah, man. This is a long, like, it's a marathon.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect. Well, I didn't know you were gonna make an in-person visit, which you're more than welcome to. I thought you were gonna do.
Oh, you thought it was just gonna pop up on Zoom?
Yeah, pop up on Zoom, do a highs and buys, and then you'd be on the road again. Yeah, but you're welcome. You're welcome to join in studio.
James was like, "Hey, there's barbecue." I was like, "I'll be there."
That's one of James's requirement when we ask questions. When you invite him anywhere, first question is, "Will there be food?"
That's weird. That's like that's something me and James will always have in connection is just barbecue. 'Cause that's where we met was at the market.
Mm-hmm. Yep. When you put that video together, the one about the Madden video, what was it like a project? What was it?
Okay. So at the time I was going to school, and I forgot what the teacher was like. You guys need to make a video presentation. It could be like, I think it was supposed to be like documentary style.
Okay.
It was some kind of a theme, and I was so busy at work all the time. Like I never got away from work, but I was still going to school. And I was like, I have to find a way that I can do something here, because I have a couple of videos where I'm at work and we do it like behind the scenes,
Right.
And anyways, and Kalunga was always down, and I think at the time like he was always bragging about football or he played Madden football, and I don't know, James may have helped me come up with the idea like, hey, you should have Kalunga playing football or whatever, and then I was like, oh, I used to watch. I don't know if you ever watched MTV True Life.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
okay, so I think I saw one about addiction, and I was
okay.
like, oh, I should have one. Like, this guy's addicted to playing Madden.
That's clever.
And so that's where it all came about. And I talked to Kalunga about it. He was down, and that's we went to his house and we recorded it that one day. And what's funny is like in the video, you can hear me like, dude, my battery's dying, and
Right.
because everything was like I said, I hardly had time for anything. So everything had to be like one shot, and he's over here like, "No, that ain't no good, dog. Let's redo that." I'm like, "Dude, I can't." Yeah, you know what? A quick story about Kalunga, real quick though. It's funny is that all in that same class we had to come up with like a not a comic book, but a character, and so everyone submitted a character, and the character that won, that the teacher chose, we had to make like a book about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kalunga, my picture of Kalunga, because I drew him all the time at work. Like when I was bored in between, whatever, I would draw Kalunga all the time. He's an easy character to draw.
Uh-huh.
And he won, but I don't know what happened. I guess nobody wanted to draw him, so they were like, they just didn't do it.
They didn't select him.
No, he got selected, but it was
okay.
like it was kind of like people were like, "Oh, I don't want to do it," so they just didn't do it. I was like, "Man, that sucks." But it would have been funny. It would have been a funny thing to have for him. Like, hey, Kalunga, look, we made this book about you.
Everybody drew you.
Yeah. No, his character name was Big C.
Big C. We ready to go, producer James? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our final guest of the night, the owner of Lion Pride Sports Broadcasting, the voice of the Lockhart Fighting Lions. Ladies and gentlemen, Emilio the Sarge Juarez. Sarge,
Hey,
how's it going?
fellas?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just checking out this NFL draft, and a lot of great picks been picked. And I like what I've seen so far tonight.
Looks like Minnesota just selected Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech, the offensive tackle. You got to see the trade today with the Dallas Cowboys trading back with Philadelphia.
That was a shocker for me.
Right. Patrick Surtain was taking a pick ahead of them. I think because of that pick, they decided to trade back. What are your thoughts about – are you a Cowboys fan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am.
So what are your thoughts about what Dallas decided to do today to take Micah Parsons?
Well, I think the biggest thing was they needed to fill a gap that Sean Lee left. Of course, he's retiring. So, and I'm pretty sure Mike McCarthy was wanting to fill in that gap with somebody that's going to, step in right away. Of course, you got you got Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith, but even Van Der Esch has been a little bit iffy with injuries in the past, and I'm pretty sure they wanted to fill in the gap that Sean Lee had left, but also to be able to step in when if Van Der Esch, if he does get injured, then they got somebody that's going to step in. I think Parsons is going to be the right man for the job.
Dan Smith comes over from Atlanta, formerly of the head coach of the Falcons. And before that, he was the defense coordinator at the Seattle Seahawks. How is his defense going to be different, in your opinion, than he had in Seattle and Atlanta? What is going to be the right mixture for him to have success?
Well, starting off with that inside linebacker position, but then I feel that they're going to fill in some weaknesses in the cornerback position and in the safety position. And of course, in Seattle, they've always had some great defensive backfields. And that's going to be the big key for the Cowboys this year, is to stop giving up all those big points, those high amount of points that they gave up in 2020.
You think?
And,
do you think he goes? Do you think he goes to get Sherman?
I think he does.
DB, you think so?
I think he does, because in everything they're going to need a veteran. They always need veteran players on the offense to step up and show the young guys how to play the game.
Right.
And in the NFL level, and it's going to be important for them to do the same thing with the defense. Because if you look at it, Sean Lee was the most veteran player in that backfield, start from the linebackers to the cornerback positions on back. They're going to need that leadership position, and I think they'll go after Sherman. I would like to see them have Sherman, bring Sherman in.
What are your thoughts about Earl Thomas? Do you think that he's a need? Do you think he's an alpha that needs to come in there, or would Sherm fill in the gap for everybody?
I think Sherm will fill in the gap for everybody, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do go out and get Earl Thomas, because Earl Thomas had shown a lot of interest of wanting to go to the Dallas Cowboys. Unfortunately, if he didn't have that injury in his last year with the Seahawks, I think that following year he would have been a Cowboy, and I think that injury was a big decision. And, factor in the decision that he wasn't brought into the Cowboys.
The Steelers are picking at number 24. Roger Goodell is at the podium. Let's see who they go ahead and take as he makes his announcement here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be playing out this year. I think they have a good chance in the AFC.
Oh, Najee Harris. This is who I thought they may target. They needed a running back. Connor went to Arizona. Najee Harris ran all over all defenses this past year. Talk about this pick for the Steelers. This is a Steeler kind of guy.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the first running back that's picked in this draft. And if anything outside of the quarterback, I think this is the best pick of the draft so far.
Okay, great. You took my next question right out of my mouth. And so in your opinion, Najee Harris is the best pick of the draft so far.
Yes. And you know what? And the Steelers have an offensive line. And of course they got a quarterback and they got some wide receivers. this guy's going to come in. He's going to make a huge impact.
Does
And
he-
Like I said, this is the best pick, and and Alabama. Wow, this is their 6th pick of the draft.
Does this prolong Ben Roethlisberger's career?
Yes.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think so, because with the success he's going to be able to have, he's going to be able to turn around and hand this ball off to this guy, and he's going to get the yardage that they need. And Big Ben's not going to have to worry about, with the front line blocking, because Najee Harris can block as a running back also. And not only that, he's a threat coming out of the backfield and catching those swing passes. So
You know what, Sarge, me and you were thinking alike. That was going to be the next thing I wanted to ask about his ability to be an escape route for Ben, catching out of the backfield. Outside of Najee Harris and Micah Parsons, what is the next big surprise you think we'll see? Is there going to be another big – do you think there going to be a big trade left in this draft this evening, or do you think bigger names will be coming off the board tomorrow into Saturday?
You know what? I'm kind of surprised that New Orleans Saints didn't move up to try and pick one of these quarterbacks. Of course, they do got Taysom Hill, and I believe Bridgewater is still with the Saints.
Oh, Bridgewater actually got moved out of Carolina. He's actually moving on to Denver, I believe. But right now, Jameis Winston is the quarterback one down in New Orleans.
Well, that's right. Jameis Winston. That's the guy I was talking about. But I was surprised that they didn't move up to possibly get a quarterback.
Yeah.
But as far as the rest of the draft, I don't think we'll see any more big surprises with any big trades. If anything, we'll see some bigger names coming off the board next the second round, especially a lot of defensive guys. As only 6 of them has been, or 7 now, has been selected out of the first 24 picks.
Right.
So I think we'll see a defensive heavy second round. But one quick thing, the 2 picks that I like the most is from the Jets, the Zach Wilson, and then when they picked him, and I saw them coming down the line again to pick, I thought in my mind they need to get an offensive guard that's going to be able to protect this guy. And sure enough, they picked up a big one. And
Vera Tucker out of USC.
Yeah, there you go. And I could see the Jets making some moves this this draft, and hopefully trying to find someone on the offense to protect this Zach Wilson. And I don't think they'll be playoff ready this year, but I think they're going to make some noise this year.
Are you high on the Jets? Like, you think they have a good outlook going forward?
They got a new head coach and everything.
Bob Salah.
And yeah, and I think they're going to be moving in the right direction. They have to. I mean, as the way they've been playing the last few years, they could only go up.
True. Sarge, let's talk about the Lockhart Lady Lions softball team and the baseball team. Let the people know what's going on with those two very high powerful programs that Lockhart, I think, is running underneath the radar right now with.
Oh yeah, the Lady Lions, they've been very dominant in district play, and I think, man, they probably outscored their opponents by at least, I want to say last time I checked it was 210-12 in district play. And the Lady Lions are going to be playing in a best of 3 series starting, hopefully if it doesn't rain, starting tomorrow night. First game's going to be here at Lockhart against the Hendrickson Lady Hawks. They finished in 4th place in District 18-5A. And then they'll go to play at Hendrickson on Saturday morning, or at noontime. And should that series be split at 1 apiece, they'll play again the third game 30 minutes after the second game ends. But I think these Lady Lions are going to take 2 from them and move on to the second round. Nice. They're very tough. And also want to announce that Lions Pride Sports Broadcast will be broadcasting all the playoff games for the Lady Lions.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Where can they watch it?
They could go to the Lions Pride Sports Broadcast Facebook page.
Okay.
And we also have a Facebook page for Lady Lions Sports only. And that's the Lady Lions Sports Facebook page on the Lions Pride Sports Broadcast. And all that information's on our main page for the Lions Pride Sports Broadcast Facebook page. And they also got their own YouTube channel. All the links are up there on both pages. So and I got to give that was my wife's idea. she was like, well, why do we got to do the girls and the boys on the same page? Just split them up. Let's have the ladies have their own formed, program, and the boys could have their own program so we could split up. Especially since we got 2 broadcast crews, one to do boys baseball and the one to do lady line softball.
Nice.
So, and that turned out real great. Of course, Robert Reyna, his wife Christy Reyna, and a former lady line softball player herself, Lori Rangel. They're part of the Lady Lion Sports broadcast crew,
Okay.
and they've done an excellent job filling in, bringing the games live and all that. So, big shout out to them. But as for the boys, they got something big, hopefully in the works. On tomorrow night, they got a home game, the last home game of the regular season against LaSalle. I think it's the Liberal Arts and Science Academy out of Austin, Texas, the Raptors.
Yeah, lost that.
The Lions are 8-5 in district play. LaSalle is 7-6, and they're 3-4 in district 17-5A. Of course, the top 4 teams go to the playoffs. So should Lockhart defeat the Raptors, then Lockhart will be going to the playoffs for the first time in 28 years.
Whoa. Okay.
So that's gonna be a big thing. And of course, the 4 seniors that we have on the team, and Jackie Edwards, Giovanni Roque, Ernesto Suarez, and Renee Delgadillo. Of course, a couple of those names from football.
Oh, we're gonna get to that in a second.
They've been with this varsity team to where they've gone through the heartbreaks to where not even having an opportunity to make the playoffs, to playing in the final game of the season to get into the playoffs, only to miss out on a loss, and then having to play in a playoff game against Crockett to make the playoffs, but losing that game.
Wow.
And now they're just one game away from breaking a 28-year curse. And one thing that I'm proud of them, they've already broke the record for the most wins in a season since going back to, I think it was 1985, if I'm correct. But, for them to have a great record, overall, they're 16-13 with 1 tie. So, and we've broadcast every single game, and it's been a fun ride to watch these young men play. And I really look forward to seeing them break this 28-year curse. And of course, all their games are on the Lions Pride Sports broadcast also as well. And we'll be covering all their playoff games.
Oh, Sarge, are you looking at this? The Jacksonville Jaguars go out and get running mate to Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne out of Clemson, pairing the backfield of Clemson straight over to Jacksonville with Urban Meyer. What a pick.
I tell you what, that man with Urban Meyer, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of great things in building up quarterbacks in the college level. Mm-hmm. Now he's got Trevor Lawrence, who was practically an NFL quarterback playing in the college level. And now they bring in his teammate and Etienne. And we all saw what he did in the championship game. And man,
Sarge, they're building something dangerous down there.
If I'm pretty sure in the draft, later on in the draft, they're going to shore up their offensive line and fill in a couple of key spots defensively. If they could do that with some great players and be ready for this season, this team could be a playoff contending team.
Especially in the very weak AFC South, very much so with, Houston's limping along, Jacksonville's coming up. You got those 2 powerful teams with Indy and Tennessee. It's going to be quite a challenge. Urban Meyer seems to be doing something very good in the in Duval County. Now let's get into it. Let's get into it, Sarge. Talk to me about are the Lockhart Lion football team, are they doing spring ball? Is that going on now?
Yes, sir. It's going to be starting, if I'm correct, on May 5th.
Okay. And
they're going to have their spring game on May 20th.
Will you be covering and broadcasting that?
Yes, sir. I'll be we're going to be doing an audio broadcast of that because I'm pretty sure there's some things Coach Mavis doesn't want to get out on video or anything, but we will be covering that through an audio broadcast. And just looking at the schedule right now, May 3rd is when they start day 1 of spring football. And on May 20th, they'll have the spring game.
May 20th. All right.
So, and that's going to be at 5:30 p.m. here at Lions Field. But yeah, we'll definitely be covering that. We've already got in contact with Coach Mavis, and he asked us if if we would be there to broadcast. And of course, we're not going to turn that down. So we
Heck
jump right
no.
on it, and we'll be there.
So, Sarge, I got my team in the studio, producer James and the Wizard. I'm building my team like you're building your team. There's a couple of things I want to talk with you offline about this
Okay.
summer coming up.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking forward to how things are moving forward with the Lions and the great work that you've been doing for them to get them the proper exposure they deserve. What is your outlook looking for? What do you think the outlook will look like for the 21 season for the Lions? What kind of bounce back are they going to be having? Who should we be watching coming out?
We should be watching, of course, Tay Andrews on the offensive side of things as one of the receivers, and a strong sophomore running back that's of course going to be a junior next year, and Sean McKinney.
Oh, baller.
And he came in midway through the season, and he scored some big touchdowns, and he was a big factor throughout the season. And the one thing that doesn't concern me as much, but we do have a big gap to fill at the quarterback position. We got a couple of quarterbacks out there that are vying for that spot. Of course, Dylan Evans, he was a backup quarterback, and he has the most experience in the varsity level. And we got Hunter Dunn, and of course, Ashton Dickens, the freshman, who will be a sophomore next year. Those three will probably be vying for the starting quarterback position. But as it is right now, I think we'll probably see Dylan Evans, due to his experience, at the number 1 position, and probably Hunter Dunn at the number 2 position. And we might see Ashton Dickens starting for the JV team. So it's all got to play out. And I'm pretty sure that Coach Mavis has his eye on it. And of course, he'll hold who's going to be the starting quarterback close to his chest until the practice starts to kick off, and before we head on to the first game of the year.
Yeah, if y'all haven't seen that Ashton's his huddle, go watch him ball.
Yeah.
Go watch him play ball as a freshman. The dude's gonna be a baller as soon as the upperclassmen do that, have their time in the sun. Sarge, stick around just real quick. The Cleveland Browns pick is in. Let's see where they go with the 26th pick overall. It looks like they're gonna have a special announcement. Looks like Halloween Head is the guy lounging in the lazy boy there. Got a nice young lady who's going to be making this pick probably coming up. If Goodell doesn't talk
I'm
about the
interested to
draft-a-thon.
find out who they're going to get. They had a pretty good season this past year, and I had picked them to go to the AFC Championship game at the beginning of the year.
Sarge, they almost did in Kansas City. If it wasn't for that huge play by the backup quarterback for Kansas City,
It really looked like the
Cleveland was
4th
gonna do
and short.
something. Yep.
Throwing out there to Tyreek. Was it Tyreek Hill?
Yep. And then for their head coach to have the gumption to do that was, I think, very, very. It's definitely a sign of leadership for him to trust his backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Sarge, they got these draft-a-thon things going on. I don't know what they're all about, but it looks like senior high school Maya. I don't even want to try her last name. That's not Tomato. Oh, Tomato. It looks like the Brown selection has been in. Let's see as graphics pop up. I know my guys are trying to read the lips there. I don't quite know if you can read hers. The microphone's in the way. Greg Newsome, the DB out of Northwestern. Solid pick. You're going to have to contend with those big receivers in the AFC North. Sarge, anything you'd like to leave the people with before we let you go this evening? Appreciate your time.
No, I really appreciate you bringing me on and talking football. Of course, it's always exciting to talk with you, Paul. And of course, we had you over here a couple of times when we had the way back football.
Are you gonna bring that back?
I would like to. It depends. If we have another pandemic, then we'll be ready to go at it.
Sarge, I don't think we need another pandemic.
No, but you know what? I really enjoy what you got going on there with the Paul Rodriguez show, and this is my second time on here, and I really appreciate you bringing me on and talking football, and get ready for this new season coming up of high school sports. Of course, we still got softball and baseball playoffs coming up, and I look forward to talking to you again. And of course, big shout out to Recon Athlete for being our main sponsor for the Lions Pride Sports broadcast. And
Yes,
I want
sir.
to thank y'all for your sponsorship and support of Lockhart Lions Sports, and look forward to talking to you more as when the 2021-2022 season kicks off. And it's going to be an exciting year for Lockhart Lions Sports all the way around.
Sarge, I got something in the works. On Recon Athlete, I got something coming up.
All right.
All right, man. We'll be getting with you probably tomorrow or this weekend. But I got something in the works. I want to get your thoughts on it.
Okay. All right. I'll be ready to talk.
We're coming. We're coming for the crown, Sarge.
Oh, it's here.
Ladies
Right
and
here.
gentlemen, the owner of Lion Pride Sports Broadcasting, Emilio the Sarge Juarez. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul. You have a good night.
I appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into a break real quick. And when we come back, we'll be able to go ahead and wind this bad boy down. Probably about 4 more picks to come. Actually, 6 more picks to come. And that vaunted 29th pick. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Paul Rodriguez Show. The Baltimore Ravens just made their pick. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Fun times, boys. I'm dragging. I'm getting a little tired. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to keep my spirits up, my hopes high. The New Orleans pick at 28 is in, and for Mr. James, producer James Santa Cruz, that means only one thing. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. What were you gonna say?
Well, I wasn't even saying nothing. I have nothing to say about the Green Bay Packers.
You had your mic close to your mouth. I thought you were ready to spit some knowledge, some wisdom.
I just knew you were going to say something about the Packers.
Well, it's their pick at 29. I did make a conscious attempt to say we'll be talking Dallas Cowboys during that pick, and I'm going to keep that oath. Y'all interested in this fight, this Canelo Sanders fight, or not really?
Canelo's going to
Destroy
him.
Yeah. Only on DAZN.
So that Ruiz is this weekend?
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Is that the one that slimmed down?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time. Like 60 pounds. I need to get on that diet. I don't know. I don't know what the Saints are going to do here. Once it gets this far, like, into the draft, there's so many people that were supposed to be taken that were not. I did not expect Travis Etienne to get taken to Jacksonville. That was a big surprise.
Did he fall or did he
was supposed to be in the second round.
Oh, okay.
And Najee Harris. Najee Harris was supposed to be. Both of them were not graded in the first round. But the Steelers, the comparison between Najee Harris and the Steelers was to be for Le'Veon Bell. And they saw how well Le'Veon Bell played for the Steelers during his time there. They were like, this is going to be the same kind of guy. We need to go get him. But for Pittsburgh, it's not really that much of a reach. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to let him go by and somebody else picks him before you can get back to him in the second round. How's that barbecue, boys?
Amazing.
It's pretty good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, the Facebook page is blowing up. What did you put something on there?
No, I saw somebody was they were like going through and liking all this stuff.
Who was that?
A friend of yours?
Do you know? Could you identify who it was? Was there a name?
It was a lady.
A lady.
Yeah.
What was their last name?
I don't remember.
Okay. There was a lot of stuff going through there though. Interesting. I saw like 40 notifications. That's why I was like,
yeah.
What's going on? Because you can see that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have editor profile.
Yeah, I was like, what is
I need to add you on there, Edward, to have editor permissions. All right. No more Drew Brees in New Orleans. Jameis Winston is now the guy.
Mr. Crab Legs.
Mr. Crab Legs. I was gonna say we call him like Krabby Patty, but that doesn't really fit him too well. Is there like a character that's like a crustacean? Mr. Krabs. Oh, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, we call him Mr. Krabs then. See, there we go. Mr. Krabs, Mr. Krabs Wilson. They're gonna be dancing in New Orleans as soon as we get this pick made. So those 50,000 people. Oh, I know who it is.
Okay.
She's a coworker.
Oh, okay.
Those 50,000 people that are there cannot be there tomorrow. It's gonna be a new group of people.
There's 50,000 people there?
Yeah, right now there's 50,000.
I don't look like that much.
Oh well, I mean maybe what they're showing you, but in that whole area there's 50,000 people.
So I could get your ass up.
Did he make that dude get up?
Is that a
Oh. It's 2021.
Whoa, how dare you?
Oh, it's 2021. That human being.
It's ma'am. It is ma'am.
Oh, Lord. Peyton Turner out of Houston, the defensive end. I don't know about that pick. I'm just a little. Okay, I guess. Undersized, underweight. He's definitely going to have to be playing in that 34 defense because there's no way in hell he's playing a 3 technique. He's going to have to definitely play a 9. But I guess he has the speed to get off the edge. Maybe he should be an edge instead of a defensive end because when I see that defensive end suffix there, I'm just like, not suffix, but description. Just really doesn't do it justice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Dallas Cowboys picked Micah Parsons, the linebacker out of out of Michigan. No, I'm still wrong. Penn State. I digress. And for further information, we're going to have to listen to the rap sheet here because apparently he's going to give his diatribe on what issues are going on with one certain player in regards to another certain individual franchise in the NFL that's located in Wisconsin. But getting back to the Dallas Cowboys, are you excited for Dallas, Edward, or are you just kind of like nonchalant about it?
Nonchalant.
Yeah.
I mean, I like I said, I really
Who's your favorite Cowboys player?
I don't really keep up with the
Okay.
NFL. I guess Zeke.
You like Zeke?
I just like the fact that he does his little like I'm eating cereal taunt. That's about
What
it.
do you think's going to happen? What do you think? You saw his tattoo, right? The tattoo he got last year?
No.
So he got a tattoo on the lower part of his stomach, and it says "Feed me," right?
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
And so my question to you is like, what happens when you get fat?
He got fed.
No. When he's like an old man, and he's
Oh.
fat, and he has that tattooed on his belly. What's going to happen? Is he going to get it like removed? What are people going to say? Like you go to the beach and you got this beer gut, and you're Ezekiel Elliott, and it says "Feed me," and you're fat. And I'm fat. I can say these questions. I can ask these questions.
I don't know. I'd be like, "Hey, are you Ezekiel Elliott?"
What if he still had the same kind of hairdo?
He probably would.
Nah, he probably loses.
I don't know. I think he's a trendsetter. He'd probably be up to date.
He was a trendsetter when he was like winning Russian titles. Now he's just like winning nothing. Winning 6 games a year. Not really like producing the way he should be. Let me put it this way. He's not producing as he's getting paid. In my humble opinion.
And is it his fault or is it his
Are you going to be a trendsetter? Are you going to be a guy who's going to be able to overcome the deficiencies?
What if I don't have an offensive line?
James, I'm sorry. We're not talking about what's going on in the draft right now out of respect. We're merely talking about the Dallas Cowboys. And when this pick is made, we'll go back and talk about the people that are on the television right now at this 29th pick. I'm keeping my respect. But yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, Edward. I apologize.
No, I was just saying if I'm a great running back in college and I go to the NFL and I am on a NFL team that has a horrible offensive line, is it my fault that we're not winning?
Whoa! The Cowboys have a horrible offensive.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Now, last year the offensive line was basura for sure, but before that, when Ezekiel was a rookie, rushing title. The year before Zeke got there, rushing title. The year after, in year 2 for Zeke, rushing title. Then he got broken off and gotten paid in his 3rd year, $50 million. And what happened after that? Downhill. In the gallows. Still waiting for this pick to come in. Everybody and their mother's given their contractual obligation to give a hot take about what's going on with the certain individual and a certain individual franchise with the 29th pick overall. We're keeping respect to James by not mentioning this team's name, but I'm pretty sure you can put the two together. So getting back to it, how did you know that Mike Ditka, what did you know about Mike Ditka before I said his name being drafted to the Dallas Cowboys?
That he was the coach of the Bears?
But what did
Saturday Night Live?
Saturday Night Live?
The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah.
Do you see
Like I know him from pop culture, I guess you could say.
Okay,
like
pop
that.
culture. That makes sense. I can see that. The selection has been made by the 29th team. The Green Bay Packers, give the mic to James, please. The Green Bay Packers have selected Eric Stokes, who was graded as a 3rd round defensive back out of Georgia, 6 foot, 194. Let me get your reaction, James. Ran a 4.29. It's fast.
Wow.
You can check out his highlights right here. The Gutekunst doing what Gutekunst does. Not doing a damn thing to help the Green Bay Packers on the offensive side of the ball and merely going to – is this a middle finger to Aaron Rodgers? It just popped in my brain.
I don't even know what it is. I think it's a middle finger to the whole Green Bay Packers organization and their fans as well.
And their stakeholders, right?
Yeah.
The ownership.
What I was gonna say is, if you notice, like whenever they announced that the pick was in, and everyone else are like, yeah, fist bumps. They were just like hands in. Oh, okay, now they're over there clapping like they just selected the greatest pick in the draft.
Where the hell is everybody at? Where is the man? Where's the leadership team? You saw the Dallas Cowboys. They have this big organization. They got the logo in the back. They got the chairmans of the board at the head of the table. What's Gutekunst doing over here? Being a stooge, picking defensive players when a Hall of Fame future gold jacket wearing quarterback in Aaron Rodgers is telling you, I'm not happy here. And you go out and you do a boneheaded, grossly mistaken pick and take this young man out of Georgia. It's not the man. It ain't the man's fault in Georgia. It ain't his fault. Whose fault is it, James? Gutekunst. that S.O. busy. Are you fired up?
I feel like I'm starting to feel like Jason and the Houston Texans. I mean, it's not that bad yet.
He looked a little sad tonight, didn't he? I'm not no hating. I'm just saying he looked a little down. He's like, goddamn Houston Texans.
He had a nice little man cave there. I'm jealous.
It was nice, wasn't it? It was pretty dope. I liked it.
Yeah.
But what are your feelings like right now that we've had the news that came out with Aaron. We now see who they picked again. And are you still loyal to the pack?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, of course. That won't change.
Word up.
Yeah.
I got to give mad respect for you to at least have that loyalty, because that means you're a fan. You're not like a fair weather fan or bandwagon. But
yeah,
I thought you were going to curse them out. I thought you were going to really give it to them. But I guess not. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. 3 minutes left.
You see how that one, it says fully vaccinated draft room?
Fully. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I see the graphic now. Yeah, okay.
I guess
Word
that's
up.
because they're not.
Did Green Bay Packers say that?
No.
Did
the last, like, I don't know, I haven't seen that graphic in a while. But
Yeah.
they have the same graphic of the draft room, but it doesn't say fully vaccinated.
The only one I saw that had the graphic was like the medical symbol.
Oh yeah.
And it had like fully vaccinated. I thought that was the graphic, but I didn't really notice that one there. Edward, what are your thoughts?
Did the Houston Texans already pick?
They didn't get to pick, sir.
Oh, for real?
You want to know why?
Why?
Because they traded their picks away for Laramie Tunsil.
I don't know who that is. But
That's a damn good point. You should, by giving up that many picks, you should know who the player is. That just tells you it's another failure on the management part by a different organization.
I got you.
Yeah, you should know the player.
I got a question, man, since you keep up with all this stuff. So, like, the is it called the Combine, right? Or the Combine? So, let's just...
There wasn't one this year.
Oh. Let's just say you're breaking records in school, do horrible in the Combine, right? Right? But then let's just say you do decent, fly under the radar in school, but at the Combine you have the highest jump, the fastest run, all that stuff.
Yep.
How does that work? Like,
you go like if you perform well in school, like during the season, and you underperform at the draft, you have an opportunity to like relieve yourself at your pro day. It'll be held on your campus. Maybe you're a little nervous, maybe you're a little jittery at the Combine because you're out of your element, and then you go do and you perform as expected at your pro day. You're fine. Now, the other example you had offered was you fly under the radar in college, you go to the Combine and you pop, right? Your draft stock just flies up the roof. And it happens every year, man. And that's why this year and last year there were no Combines. A lot of weight was put on the pro days for these players. And for coaches, a lot of times, like players this year, they had 2 pro days, which is very unlikely. Doesn't really happen. but because some coaches were at one player's pro day, and because there were so many quarterbacks taken off the board, they held a second pro day so that the coaches who were not in attendance for the first one could be in attendance for the second one. But yes, it happens all the time where players can really make a name for themselves if they go. And the other half of the coin is you have to be invited to go to the combine. You don't just get to go.
I got you.
The Buffalo Bills picking at 30. The pick is in.
There has to be something with everyone on this couch. They've all been like over age, like elderly people.
I was gonna say all the Jerry's up there.
Well, yeah, it's like it's
knock, knocking on heaven's door.
It's like Make a Wish, but like the older folks.
Damn. It's like Be a Wish.
Hey, that dude was real relaxed, and Goodell was just like, "Hey, get up," and then he didn't even like walk him over to the podium. He was just like, "Get up," and then that's it.
Gregory Rousseau out of Miami, the edge rusher, taking 30th to the Buffalo Bills. He will be a complement to the firepower on the offensive side. This is definitely going to be a pick. I think that'll pay dividends in the future for the Buffalo Bills. Simply put, they're going to need rushers to get after these quarterbacks who just got drafted last year with Tua Tagovailoa to Miami, and in this year, Zach Wilson to the Jets and Mac Jones to the New England Patriots. This guy will pay dividends for the Buffalo Bills as they move forward in their quest to win a division title. Thoughts, comments?
If you're coming out of college, I know you're happy to be drafted, but like,
yeah.
do you want to be on a team that's set up to win it all, or just on a team that's like rebuilding?
Okay, good question. So Mac Jones is on a team that's going to be rebuilding. He went to the Patriots. This guy right here, Gregory Rousseau, he is going to an established team in the Buffalo Bills with firepower and players that are pros, all pros. So it just depends. The earlier you get drafted, the more money you're going to make. Now, don't get me wrong. This guy's still going to make millions, but he will not have as much pressure. That's why I said he will pay dividends in the future because he'll have a little bit of time to develop as a pro and hone in his massive pass rushing skill set. And that's why I said that's going to complement the defense moving forward. Look at this guy's get off just right off the edge. He was able to get off the ball, walk down the line, put pressure on the quarterback, and then make the tackle. This big deal right here for him, being over 6'5", creates so much leverage for him moving forward. And that's something he's really going to have to utilize whenever he gets into these training camps. But it just depends. Let's put it this way. If you go to a team who's rebuilding, you're going to make more money. But if you go to a team like Buffalo where you're established, you're just not going to make as much money. Look at the way to split that double team right there. Very nice to see that.
I think I would want to be on. I think I would want to be on a team that's already established, going to the ship. That way, I can just get my ring out of the way and don't be ring chasing when I'm in my like 30s, barely hanging on.
So you're talking about going down to Tampa Bay,
Yeah, I'd go to Tampa Bay.
Kansas City.
I'd be the backup, whatever, and then I get my ring, and then at least I can say I'm a champion, and then go wherever else.
Well, it's funny that you bring that up because these next two teams, Kansas City as well as Tampa Bay, will be those players. But here's the thing. The players that go there will probably be starting.
Got you.
So we're about to find out what that happens. Let's take a quick break before we get in there and find out who the Kansas City Chiefs pick up on their quest to return to the Super Bowl. welcome back, everybody. It is the home stretch of the Paul Rodriguez draft party. Call myself there. Jason Oweh, the Penn State edge rusher, comes off the board. The second Penn State linebacker to get drafted in the NFL by the Baltimore Ravens. Looks like Kyle Judon is being replaced by Oweh. Judon moving on, going to the New England Patriots. Look at this guy's power right here. Being able to shuck off offensive tackle out of Michigan and then make the tackle and perform to make the sack.
Imagine if you're trying to get drafted and that's the video they show that you're getting knocked down.
You're the offensive lineman getting knocked down?
Yeah.
Look at this guy, just a genetic freak performing with these. Those tests are okay. They let you know they're an athlete. That's about it. They don't really tell you if they're a football player or not. But the Baltimore Ravens getting their pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their pick is in, and this is the final one of the night. It's like, look, you're the last pick. You probably should know who you want. Mm-hmm. There should be like 4 or 5 players you know. Rounding out a long night, beginning at 6:30 this evening. It is now 11:02. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the night?
It was fun. I'm glad I got to come down here.
Producer James, bro, thank you so much for what you did tonight. You thought producer Drew worked his ass off yesterday. He ain't got nothing holding on candle to you tonight.
It's good brisket.
The brisket, that's all you got to say. The brisket's good.
Let's see.
Make this pick right here.
Let's see, this last one is.
Give him the play-by.
Goodell is at the podium with his oversized sticker.
It is oversized, isn't it?
Saying that he's vaccinated. From off the edge, Joe Tryon.
Joe Tryon.
From Washington.
Edge rusher, 6'5", 260.
So what is that, like a defensive end?
Yeah, it's a pass rusher.
Okay.
Edge rusher, yeah. I think that's a guy who's definitely going to be able to give them a little bit of depth next year. That tells me one of two things. Shaq Barrett was able to be re-signed. JPP, Justin Pierre-Paul, next year his contract will be up. This pick right here is letting me know they want depth at the defensive line position. That is a spot where they had some trouble going into last year when they were trying to make a run, which they eventually did capture the Super Bowl title. But JPP, this is another player who's going to create some insurance in case a deal can't get done with Justin Pierre-Paul. Look, for me, for the NFL, it was a great year. This, to me, is the kickoff for the 2021 football season. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Antonio Brown gets re-signed. They sign another security net for the defensive line position. My pick, mark it down, for the 2021 Super Bowl championship, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I said it here now. I said they would be the champions last year. I changed my tune once the playoffs started. I thought Green Bay would beat them. That wasn't the case. I thought Patrick Mahomes would beat them. That wasn't the case. I will now lock in my pick for championship, the Tampa Bay Gronkaneers, 2021.
Back-to-back champions.
Back-to-back championship. And I think that's when I think Brady retires.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts, comments?
So it's only gonna be back-to-back. They're not gonna three-peat like the Bulls.
So do you know? So Tom Brady turns 44 in August. Mm-hmm. You may have a point. Tom Brady said he wanted to play until he was 45. If they win a Super Bowl, let me rephrase this. If they don't win a Super Bowl, I think he'll be more motivated to come back for his third year in Tampa, much more if than he lost, or that he won the title to play at 45.
And he's the oldest quarterback, right?
Not ever.
Who was the oldest ever?
I think this guy named Blanda was like 49 years old. Damn. He was a quarterback and then finished his career as a punter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But as far as like Super Bowl winning quarterback, Tom Brady's the oldest.
Gotcha.
Thoughts on the night?
I had a question, but I forgot it. But overall interesting. I learned some stuff. Like I said, I'm not crazy about football, but if I gotta learn, I'll learn.
Producer James.
It was fun. A lot of work and stuff, but like Edward said, got to learn the future of the NFL.
Most definitely.
These guys that are coming in to make an impact in the league, and the Aaron Rodgers saga continues.
Well, y'all just got to see 32 new millionaires. That's another half of the game. 32 new millionaires.
Yeah.
And that ain't us.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something too. Just mine's kind of fried right now.
Cause your brains are fried. Mine is too, man. I'm like I'm holding on, but I'm trying to see if y'all have anything that comes to mind before we sign off.
Nothing I can think of. The other 2 nights or it's just tomorrow night also, right? The draft.
So rounds 2 and 3 are tomorrow.
How many rounds total?
7.
Oh, okay, damn.
And then rounds 4 through 7 are Saturday. And I'll be watching all of it. I'll be here like with my popcorn.
I know what I was gonna ask.
My drinks. What's up?
So after tonight, like you said, this is like almost the kickoff of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So does it start picking up from here?
So what would have happened was there would have been voluntary off-season training, the OTAs, but that all got canceled because of COVID. Remember those were coming out like we're doing voluntary. That would have been the next big thing in July. In June. And now the next big thing is going to be 2-a-days in July. And then the preseason games will be in August. Like once July comes, mid-July, it's going to be humming. It's going to be going. And then we have the storyline of Aaron Rodgers to carry us and shout out to Aaron Rodgers. If he hadn't dropped this information, we would have nothing going into the next 2.5 months.
How do you think that works? Because technically he didn't drop it.
Oh no, he dropped it. He told the world does not want to return to Green Bay, and he's disgruntled because they haven't done their job to help him out. All Green Bay did was not do their job. All Green Bay did was do the things Aaron Rodgers outlined. So Aaron's like, cool. Have fun with love.
Yeah, and then tonight also, another big middle finger. I feel like
you drafted
not even like to him. Like if it's like if he leaves, which I feel like he is, and like, dude, the guy that's there, which I'm assuming is going to be Jordan Love. Like, what are you doing to help him?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you next. I was like, what is as a Packer fan now with Aaron being out of it? What was your feeling for them drafting a defensive player with Jordan Love, who has 3 weapons, Tunyon maybe, who is not developed? Jordan is not polished. What is that telling you that Green Bay goes and drafts a defender in the AFC North?
I don't know how many freaking corners. They've drafted so many corners in the last 10 years. But I just sent a text to my girlfriend. I was like, tough times coming in Green Bay. Definitely tough times coming.
Is she a Cowboys fan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So she knows all about tough times. Yeah.
Sometimes are here again.
Yep.
All right, man. See, look, it's so late. Spectrum is saying, hey, are you still there? Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you who all watched this evening. Shout out to Jason Delgado. Shout out to Ross Alexander, Wes Washington, the Wizard in the flesh, baby. And we can't forget about Emilio the Sarge Juarez. Producer James extraordinaire, thank you for your time tonight, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the 2021 Draft Party. We're about to get started rocking and rolling as we move forward. We out.